What the fuck? Hello. Yo, Tor, how's it going? And Amethyst, yo. With a million O's. Brightside. Coming in with the raid. Perfect timing. I just got back. Or I just started. Oh. I'm exhausted. Let's get watering. Booker Daniel, how's it going? We just thought it's meant to be exactly. It's funny how that works, you know? That's such a big coffee cup. So big. It's got Baby Yoda on it. How was the stream? What were you working on? Let me show you. And everyone else that's just joining us, what I have been fiddling with. Because I recently redid, well, I'm in the process of redoing how I'm doing water again for the 5th time. But I've moved to a, it's kind of like a hybrid, you know what, let me just press play. Let's just see if this still works. Okay, so this is debug flow. But what it actually does, if I get my water back, wherever the hell that was, this guy. I swear working on pizza game, almost done. Hell yeah, hell yeah. That must be exciting. Having something almost done. I wouldn't know. I would not know. Yeah, I swear oh no, they are there. Are they just hidden? Or are they... No, they're definitely there. So why are you hidden? Waterflow tester, opacity mask. Oh, it's the WPO. Alright, so what I've been doing? Let's just make the... let's just do that straight in. So in essence, I'm doing a water flow simulation, which will get used for like rivers and shore waves and all that kind of stuff. But previously I was only doing a 2-dimensional surface simulation. But I've recently just moved it to a 2.5D, well, surface simulation, but it represents height data. So I was just setting up some debug tools to be able to, for example, let's turn this one into a cliff. Maybe just a cube. Should be a cube for a sec. Because yeah, one of the problems I was having with the shore waves was that like it wasn't breaking around things properly. So we just go back to like one of my VODs on the YouTube. So this is where it was last time. Which, like, looks fine when you squint. But you can see, like, at the shoreline, this bit here, well, aside from all the dumb particles, so this bit here is completely two-dimensional. So it's just like a shader effect. And for the waves and stuff, it just, like, looked really... Like, the WPO-based waves would just clip through it and leave a wet patch, and then that wet patch would slide down. It's very, like, not very dynamic. And then the other thing that I didn't like is here, you can see the waves are... Like, this rock isn't affecting the incoming waves at all on this side, other than a few little ripples and whatever. Whereas in reality, the wave would, like, break and split apart and then flow around the rock. So that's why I'm moving to a mass-preserving, height-based version of some water, which is a lot of buzzwords, but in essence it means that it's like real flowing water. And so this flowing water is going to be driven by, well, you know, hand-placed splines and all that kind of stuff. How do you move with the object again? You hold shift. That's a great question. Yeah, hold shift down and it will... And if you hold Alt, it will duplicate the object, and then Shift and that to move along with it. So in theory, I should be able to, like, fill up this little pool. Oh, it's a lot bigger than I thought it was. Right, it's only mimicking my height, isn't it? But yeah, so this kind of lossless, you know, water simulation is what I want. What are they? Oh, they're all the balls. Can you actually, like, get up on there? That would be really nice. Nope, stop that. Yeah, there's a lot of things to tweak and mess around with, and obviously make it look like water. I mean, the making it look like water is kind of the easy part. The hard part is, well, everything else. So you can see this is actually filling up over time. Black means it's like past 1 meter depth. So in theory, this should keep filling up until eventually it falls over the edge. And so this is all just height based, as in like height RVT based. And that's all flowing out there. So my goal today is to, well, firstly get it looking like water, but secondly, to, oh, where's that spilling from? Or is it just piling into here? I should probably do like a sign-based thingy. Take my rent money? Sure thing. Yeah, another cool about this approach is there's like one thing I don't really like too much about it, but I mean, it's more of a problem with RVTs than it is with other stuff. Although I guess I could, I don't know. But I can take the texture into account while doing this water flow simulation. Because I'm using the RVT and I can just feed the height texture into the RVT. So you can see like here, these rocks, that rock and that rock and that rock and that rock are all affecting the simulation, even though they're just like part of the texture. Which, if this wasn't opaque, it would look better, but... yes. So I think first order of business is... Don't know what the first order of business... Oh, I think a viscosity variable I desperately need. Because... the water doesn't, like... Usually when you've got a very thin amount of water, as in, like, you know, less than a millimeter of water, it just sticks. It doesn't keep flowing. And if you got a really... You know, like, if you, like, drip some water onto a slope, it's not going to move very fast. But if you put a bucket of water on a slope, it's going to go fast. So I just need to quickly figure out how I want to do that. One approach would be to just scale the friction as the height, you know, gets less and less high. So this is friction at 1. Which is very, I guess, dynamic, but also very, doesn't quite look like water. It just looks like kind of angry. It looks like, it looks like a super, what are they called? Not super fluid, like a, you know, is it super fluid? It's like a thingo. But yeah, it makes it look like the ground is like hydrophobic. And it looks very energetic, I guess is another way of putting it. So I don't know about that. But then if I put the friction up to, like, big number, this will make it, like, really viscous. Oh, fuck. Maybe a little bit too much. Oil over material. Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is, like, full viscosity to the point where I probably want to do... Maybe I should apply friction to the previous and then add the new thinger. So this would be a true 100% friction. Well, no, not even then. No, even then it's a bit too... Okay, so I should be doing that after it's applied. So the friction essentially... The friction is more like the internal friction of the water. Which essentially means that the water will calm down at some point. So it's a bit like a ripple effect, or do you just attach to the guy to see what it looks like? So what I'm doing, Brian, is I'm doing a physical fluid simulation. But just for, like, making it easy, I'm, what's it called? I'm, like, just creating water at the character. Well, not even at the character, just at the center of the simulation. Which is right here. This guy. But yeah, I guess if the friction is... Well, yeah, that's literally just... If this was slightly less, considering we're at 60 FPS. So yeah, this is like high friction fluid, which is like goop or mud or something like that. But yeah, you can see this is how it works. So the friction value essentially stops it from accumulating that acceleration. Whereas this is like, you know, very... yeah, I mean, it doesn't look terrible, but it just doesn't look very watery. So that looks a bit better. I thought I was cleaning up a concrete tank and pushing the water about with a brush, then a blower. You can push it about. Yeah, so that's something that, if I wonder if I can enable the old system. What was that supposed to be? Water column height. That was supposed to be the water. What was the... That was supposed to be the water height, right? Plus the water velocity. Okay, so that was supposed to be WPO. So yeah, the previous iteration, I will need to enable everything again. Water pressure, projection, divergence, which a lot of this stuff I still will be using. Are they gonna... No. Velocity, divergence, calculation. Hello. Yes, yes. Vorticity, curl gradient. Add water input to water sim. Could you just activate Windows with mass gravel? It's free. I don't think so. I like having it. I like having it unactivated. So this was like the old system. I think I. Why is this so loud now? There we go. Yeah, I wonder why it's going so skits here. And we're not getting... Right, the waves stuff. Oh, there's so much... so much stuff. And there's a wind sim... Oh, right, I'm not even drawing the deform caps and whatever. Okay, so this... What the fuck is that? Where's the, That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. What am I missing here? Wind to water CM5. The projection, right. The actual, like, important part to make it do stuff. So yeah, so this was the old, from like a little while ago. But yeah, what this was doing was, there's like, you know, this is like a fixed body of water here. But I had it set up so that it could kind of move out onto the surfaces. But you can see that it's completely two-dimensional, which for this kind of thing, where it's like really flat water, looks fine. But when we start to do things like, you know, do some waves, right? It kind of just like falls apart. It's not too bad here, but you sort of get like, you know, waves appearing out of nowhere, like that. And then you also get them kind of disappearing under the ground, kind of oddly. And there's no like this is all of this stuff here is just two-dimensional nonsense. And it doesn't look that great, in my opinion. So what I want to do is to actually simulate the water height. And then the other thing was like out over here. Ignore all that blue stuff. It was over here, actually. Oh, I've covered it up with all that shit. Ignore the blue stuff. But here, yeah, like, it's just a bit... It just looks like this rock may as well not exist. Like, the waves aren't crashing around it or anything. Because it's just a fixed, I guess, kind of animation, you could say. So, like, I'm like, happy enough with this. Yeah, I'm happy enough with it, but it just, I don't know, it's just not. There were other issues as well. You can see it kind of like sucking backwards, and because I had to like fake the introduction of the velocity into the surface water. And then obviously as the waves start getting like more bigger, more embiggened, the effect just gets worse, right? Like it just kind of falls apart and doesn't look that great. So yeah, that's like that's one of the reasons that I want to redo the water a little bit, or at least rework it. The other reason is for... No, that still needs to stay. Rivers. So rivers is really important because, well, rivers, you know? What sort of performance does WaterSim have? That one just there was like maybe a millisecond. So it's very like real time. You know, you get 16 GPU milliseconds. Why are you angry? It's not that one, is it? No. Right, water kill. Silly. There's some sort of wetness mask on the rock. How do you handle that? Yeah, so that's just whenever the water surface goes beyond a point, it just leaves, you know, a wetness mask, and that evaporates over time and whatnot. Why is this angry? Water velocity RVT. Oh, right, in the water setup here. There we go. Domain data. Alright, let's move back to this guy. Another thing I wanted to do at some point, it's not, obviously not going to get to it today, but I want to... Oh, why is our flow... Right, the render target. You... Here. Not the flow, the column height needs to go into the B. For our testo. Right, and that's too frictionous. Water flows of water recedes, white bulb effect on the edge. Don't know what more he wants from that water. It can be better, trust me. The one problem is that the approach I was using wouldn't work for rivers. Because I actually went to a river the other day. You know, crazy. So, super crazy. No, that's the flow calculation. Where's the actual... Drive water flow surface. Here it is. Yeah, I went to a river. And... rivers are, like, very flat. Like, extremely flat. But then they kind of spill over edges. They're edging. And so... kind of need to... like, a 2D sim wouldn't cut it. It needs to be a 2.5D. So you can see if I just sit here, spilling water out, you know, peeing everywhere, this will actually spill over. And then continue on, you know, like a river. So that'll just keep doing its thing and whatever. Obviously, the simulation zone is limited to, you know, a 20-meter radius around the simulation center. But the aim is that you you'll put splines in for the rivers and also for the oceans, and then it will use those as input at the edges of the simulation. And, you know, the simulation will take over, or like there'll be a handoff between that and that. So you'll be able to go anywhere you want in the entire world, and the water in a 20-meter radius will become simulated, which means that the rivers will do river shit, flow in river ways. Which also means that, like, this is like another goal that I have. The, like, rivers and creeks in real life, they're not always running at full capacity. Like, they can dry up, they can freeze, they can, you know, flood and overflow. And so this will be able to account for that. Yeah, first we need some viscosity. Yo, Jay, how's it going? What have you been up to? How would you put out 50 low poly mixed weapons with 2 stylized, 2 standard textures for price on Fab? Mixed weapons, 2 stylized, 2 standard textures. Do you mean like... Okay. Is it like the same weapon model, but just with different textures? 50 of them. I'd say like at least 20 US is like a good starting point for something like that. I mean, the thing is that you want to, if you're doing like assets, you'll likely want to be kind of marketing towards indies, or even hobbyists are probably a good demographic. That's kind of like, that's why Prismatiscape is $34.99, because it's something that hobbyists can use or like invest in without investing, without needing investors. What effect Niagara is a shader? It's a compute shader in Niagara. So it's a, I mean, currently it's essentially like a flood fill. So it's just like, you know, it's like a, what's it called? Like, do you know like Conway's Game of Life? Like cellular automata? It's essentially that. I mean, that's what all of Prismatiscape is, right? It's like, for this cell, look at the neighboring cells and do some shit. And that's all it is. But with a bunch of math. I mean, honestly, this one's not even much math, doing a flood, like height-based flood fill. It's literally just get the height of the landscape, which we're just reading from an RVT, which is just readily available. Then we're getting the water height, so the amount of water in this cell, and add them together. And then subtract the middle from the right, the middle from the left, the middle from the up, middle from the down. Put that into just a little vector 4 container, which is representing the the flow up, down, left, right, or up, down, right, left, or technically right, left, down, up, which can be positive or negative. And then that's our flow for this frame. And then to actually calculate, you know, this cell, you know, it's all good. But just, I don't know, I mean, couldn't you have done something similar on a texture? I guess have you considered doing that? Yeah, so this is doing that. It's using Niagara Grid 2D, which is it's kind of hard to... It's essentially like a more performant way of doing the old, you know, draw to render target using a material kind of thing. It's like a lot more explicit. So this is like the grid index, aka the pixel coordinates. And then, you know, x plus 1, x minus 1. You can get like infinite variables. So it used to be that like doing render targets with materials and shit, you're limited to 4 channels. Whereas with Niagara Grid, you can have infinite variables. Like, you know, infinite 4th dimensions. Or 3rd dimensions. What order you update the cells? I like random. I am doing every cell all at once. So the state of all the cells and variables that we're going to be using later on get cached. I think under the hood it does a flip-flop between 2 arrays. So it will operate on array A using array B as like the truth state. And it will go through all of them using this one. So you're not changing values in place. And then after that's done, that becomes the truth state, and then we operate on this one and flip-flop between that. That way you don't have to, like, copy over, you know, how many fucking... a million pixels, or 100,000 pixels every frame. At least that's how I would have written it if I wrote Niagara. But yeah, this is how the water flows, and it's like, it's dead simple. We just get this cell's inflow outflow amount, get the negative values only, add them all together, and subtract them. Wait, why is that outflows only? That's negatives. So then we're negating that, and then... So confused. And then positives. Doing the inflows is a little bit more complex. You have to consider the outflow of the neighboring cells. So, like, for example, let's say we've got, like, landscape like this. And we've got a tiny bit of water here. Maybe this is like 50 water. And we've got a tiny little bit of water here. Maybe no water here. Maybe some water here. Maybe a big bit of water here. You know, big water. So if we've decided from our, you know, calculator, our flow calculation, that, you know, 30 of the water should go to this cell in the next frame, but also 40 water needs to go into this cell in the next frame, then we've got a problem. Because if we didn't consider the outflow of this, so we are this cell, by the way, operating on this cell. If we just pulled that 30, well, we're technically not pulling anything. If we predicted that we would just be able to add 30 from here and put it into there, but then it's also putting 40 into here, we've just duplicated the water, which makes it, you know, explode, essentially. So we have to, as this cell, look at the desired outflow of the neighboring cell, and then calculate the percentage. So, like, if we were supposed to have 30, but then we look at this guy and we're like, okay, well, we're supposed to get 30, but this guy's supposed to get 40, then our total outflow should be, or our total desired outflow is 80. So we do 80 divided by, 50 divided by 80 is, I don't know. What's 50 divided by 80? Some number. 0.625. So if we multiply 30 by 0.625, sorry, what the fuck did I just say? 30 times by 0.625, 18.75, 0.75, and then, you know, this one would obviously get scaled down to 40 times 0.65, so that would be 26. So the proportions are the same, and so we know, okay, because this guy, you know, there wouldn't be enough water to actually take from it, we've scaled all of the numbers, or the number that's coming into us, based on how much all the other cells want to take from it. So, yeah. One True Productions, hello. If you put a tunnel under the water will come inside the tunnel? No. Not necessarily. It's taking the topmost surface. Not enough volume of water in the first cell to fill others. Yeah, exactly. So we have to divvy it up based on how much the other cells wanted in the first place. And so when you figure all that out and you make sure that nothing's gained or lost, you're only transferring values around. The result is that you have this flowing water surface that, you know, actually flows and can fill up cavities, and then once those cavities are filled up, so for example, if we just sit here and it's filling this up, and it's, you know, slowly dispersing out and whatever, then this will eventually tick over and start, you know, start flowing out over this and doing water shit. Don't you do that for every cell regardless, because you have to know how much water is available? Yeah. Yeah, you run the calculation for every... Oh, not every cell, just the neighboring cells. Like each... It's like in physics, right? Like, this 1 by 1 centimeter cube of water doesn't give a fuck about, you know, 3 centimeters away of that water. It only cares about the neighboring water packets or parcels. And it's, you know, it only gets forces enacted on it by its neighbors, which in turn get forces enacted on them by their neighbors, and so on and so on. So you can do a lot of, like, fluid simulation with that. Water only cares about one thing, and it's disgusting. Yeah. Just cares about neighbors. Right, so first thing I want to do is viscosity. Now, viscosity, I believe I want to do in here. But it means that... So it's based on the amount of water. But I need to do it for every dude, essentially. So an average American you can't do. But it's written in the Bible. Ugh. Someone asked about 5.6. There was something really interesting that I saw in the 5.6 presentation. And that's that they're doing parallel rendering and compute. So they're doing, I mean, the context that I could see in the render doc graph was that it was doing, you know, rasterizing while it was doing, you know, Lumen light probe update and nanite remeshing and all that kind of shit. You know, all of the compute GPU stuff. However, and I want to test this, or at least ask someone that knows shit about anything. Does that apply to GPU compute particles? You know what I mean? Like, if GPU particles can be done on a separate, you know, like in parallel to all the rendering and shit, like, it means that Prismatiscape becomes a zero cost, like, effects thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine if we could just fucking boost up the water resolution, and as long as it doesn't exceed the you know, rasterization stage's millisecond count, it would technically be, like, free. So, yeah, that's what I figured. Because they pretty explicitly say that it's a GPU compute sim. So yeah. I mean, like, of course they won't mention it. They'll just want to talk about Lumen and Nanite and fucking whatever. But yeah. Right, so viscosity, I just want to I just want to read this dude's thing. They use the CPU sim in Niagara because I don't know if I've ever used it. There's like a few uses if you need CPU collision, you can use CPU sim, and also if you want particles to have point lights on them, it needs to be a CPU sim. Where was the... Friction was just fixed, wasn't it? Yeah. Let's see. Outflow scaling, boundary, don't care. Okay, so scales the flows by some factor that depends on the water height. This is different from friction. The idea is that small layers won't have trouble moving around, blah, 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 blah. Multiplying the flows by... H is the water level of the cell where the flow originates. Left cell for positive X flow, right cell for negative X flow. V is the viscosity constant. So wait, H is the water level of the cell where the flow originates, not the level between the cells, or the rate between the cells. I definitely need it. So yeah, okay, so wait, hold on. Yeah. So a tight ocean with this physics work well, or is it heavy? So my simulation only exists around the character. But it will it'll kind of be like, so like the waves on the ocean. Oh, that's going the wrong way. There we go. So the ocean waves are done doing, you know, like WPO, like deterministic wave function bullshit. But then what I'm gonna do is I can get all of the wave height and the wave velocities, and essentially, like, if you imagine our simulation is like here around where my mouse is. Well, you know what, I'll just fucking chuck it in the man. I know that. Hold on. So if our simulation is, well, it's usually a square. Textures are very usually squares. What I do is I kind of feather it around here. And so we can get the height and the velocity of the waves at the edges of the simulation. And essentially, like, you know, between here and here, we can lerp. We can, like, set the values of the simulation at, you know, in here. And in theory, it should carry on and not really, like, mismatch with all the other shit. And so, yeah, so we force the values of the simulation to be the same as the wave animation, I guess you could say, at the edges. And then we just have to write the simulation well enough that it, well, I guess, simulates the phenomena like waves doing wave shit. But that way, if you've got a ship or something, or like a rock, or a little, you know, island, or some floating fucking thingamajig, the waves will be able to break around it and actually, like, get disrupted and whatever. And, you know, kind of, like, fill out and do that. So the simulation will work everywhere, but only around the player. And so it should be, like, seamless. You shouldn't really be able to tell where the simulation starts and where the, you know, the standard WPO shit starts. It should all... Oh, is this still running? It's funny. How many Gusty waves you use? That's 8 over there. Just 8. Although it's 8 with some sinusoidal time distortion. To get, like, kind of interference waves and whatnot. Can I look at the normal section? So, like, all these kind of little mini waves are just the result of a bunch of sine waves distorting time. So technically they're not physically accurate, but, you know, what is these days, you know? It just, like, it just injects way more detail than, you know, just adding more and more Gerstner waves, which becomes more expensive. Just applying, like, a simple time offset in, you know, a sine wave is more than enough. I can actually just, like, go and... I'll show you what it looks like without time distortions. I believe that this is it. Yeah, so this is just... this is just... and keep in mind my waves are all radial. Because in my game world, the sun is at the center of the flat Earth. And so all of the hot air in the center rises up and then advects outwards and sucks all the air in. So all the wind blows towards the center of the world, like on average, which means that all of the waves would be going towards the center of the world. Yeah, let me just beef it up a bit. So this is what it looks like without time distortion. It's a bit cursed. But then with time distortion, you can see that, obviously that's a bit too much, but, you know, we start to get like some overlap and some breakup and whatnot. Yeah, exactly, Bing. Maybe that's a bit too far. So yeah, that's how I get all the kind of all the breakup in the waves and stuff. Even though they're all unidirectional. I've played RS3. I actually haven't. Except like when it was just called RuneScape. Or like, you know, back in like EOC era. In the olden days. Got addicted to it actually because I got tired of OSRS. Damn. I've been thinking about getting back into OSRS. Thinking. There's a lot of like new content and stuff they've been doing, which like I'm kind of, you know, keeping up with, but there's just so much, like all the Zaya stuff and so many new bosses. I feel like there's been like a new boss every month since I stopped playing. Alright, let's see. Here's a code. Blah, 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 blah. So it's... Right, so the outflowing... Every time a new boss comes out, if it's the wrong items, at least 300 mil. Yeah, fair. That's rough. I wonder if I could do just like a... Well, no, because this is the acceleration. Because like, if I just put this down with low friction... This just means that the acceleration will be lower. Meaning that water will take a while to speed up, but it will also have more momentum, in theory. Although it doesn't actually carry momentum in the way that you'd... That's the one thing about this simulation. It doesn't have any inertia whatsoever. I think I want to keep using gravity as that. But what I can do is use my water velocity simulation, which is what I use to drive the foam around, and I can probably do a continuous feed back and forth. So the flow affects the surface velocity, and then the surface velocity affects the flow. You know what I'm saying? Well, that means we're going to have to sample the velocity. Each thing. Ugh, so many fucking kernels. More kernels than KFC. Where's that go? It's just from a paper or a blog post. Lycerus.github. He was just doing a little write-up. That was from this year. Just about doing water flow in his project. And I've used this method in my climate simulation. But I'm just... in that one, it's more like a water trickle simulation, where there's no accumulated velocity, or like flow. It's just like a flat flow per second. Because obviously it's on like the scale of 100-meter cells and whatnot. We don't really need water to do that. Whereas in this case, the micro simulation, we need it to be a bit less fucked up. I kind of just want to... Let me first just get rid of all these... this guy. So where's the music gone? Yeah. So essentially you want to scale the flow. Well, this is the flow. We want to scale the final flows, or or do we want to scale the acceleration? Because if the acceleration is 1, then it's pretty fucking chill. Because if I just scale the acceleration by the water amount, then that's way easier. Which, like, yeah, I guess this is... Well, unless it already has... Unless it's already accumulated. No, because then the friction should take over. So what are you saying to do? Viscosity, as viscosity, scaling the flows by some factor. Scaling the flows. Accelerate X flows by... Yeah, so that is the final flow. Blah, 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 blah. Gravity, dt. Divided by d... I've totally forgot to factor in dx. So I should probably put that in at some point. So, scale flows prevent negative water amounts. Well, I'm doing that in a separate stage because I need to... Although I could... No, because we need the neighboring cells. These ones, yeah. And then update water columns. That bit's easy as fuck. multiplying the flows by... Okay, yeah, so it is just multiply the final flow. But doesn't that mean that the... Won't that just, like, iteratively get done, though? Like, each thing? Don't I kind of want to... like, max the... If it's greater than that, flow xy. Okay, multiply flow by height, where the flow originates, divided by h plus 3 times dt times v. What's the 3 from? So isn't that supposed to be the h squared? Oh, right, because it's a fucking cell. Right. So it's implied. Flow x, y, h is the... where the flow originates. Left self positive x flow, right self negative x flow. Louise viscosity constant. Okay. So, Oh, right. Well, h divided by... So, h1 divided by h plus 3d. 3 times dt times viscosity. I don't... multiply by this number, which is a less than 1 number. Fucking hopefully. And then delta times factored in. Okay, cool. So it isn't just gonna lerp down to 0. Okay, so... Fuck. I kind of want to make this less fucked up looking. So we're just gonna yeet these motherfuckers into a vector 4. And then yeet these motherfuckers into this vector 4. We're packing. Technically this is a performance loss, but... Fuck yeah. And that can just go straight into there. So then we just need... We have this guy here. And we have this guy here. That's adding the... So this is... Okay, so this is the flow... So here's our water column heights. And the viscosity was h multiplied by... Well, sorry, no, it was flow... h divided by h plus blah 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 blah. So flow multiplied by h divided by h plus 3 equals xyz. I mean probably, yeah. 3 dt. Well, it was plus 3 times dt. Let me chuck you up there. 3 times dt times viscosity constant. Yeah. And so this guy divided by that gives us the thing to multiply our flows by. However, we need to we need to filter the shit. So here we have the column heights of the neighbors, but here we have the column height of our cell. So essentially, we need to get our flow. We need to split it into the positives and the negatives. So these would be max 0, would mean choose the higher value, meaning we only get positives from here. This is our negative values. So our negative flow values. And so this is the height here. I'm doing that. And so in essence, I need to fucking do this again for our cell, or the operating cell. Ugh, if only you could do 5 vectors, you know? I mean, this should get optimized into one. Hopefully the fucking compiler does a good job. So, what we need to do is what were these ones? If it's max 0, choose the high value, means we get the positives. So these are inflows, and we've got the viscosity multiplier for all of the neighboring cells. So if we do this, and then for this one, which is all the negative values, so the outflow from this cell, which is this cell, we multiply it by that. Then we just add them back together, because we filtered the negatives and the positives. We've operated on them separately, depending on the water column heights and shit. Add them back together. Bam. Have we solved the equations? Equation? Equation? The egg croissant? Do we have viscous water? Let's also just, let's yeet this bad boy into both of them, so I don't fuck it up. But yeah, I don't really know what the viscosity is. Well, yeah. What this value should be. I guess we just fuck with it. Let me get this cell. Which is cell height. You know what? You can come from here. Let's go high. That gives us our stuff. You can look better like this. You can go up. You can come up. You and you can come down. This looks fucking terrible. So yeah, this in essence, this is literally just friction. Increase the friction, but based on the height of the water and shit. Which I can probably do better, but... like... yeah. It's literally just doing this. But filtered by all the shit. Does that mean this should be getting done after? Well, I guess it doesn't matter because it's multiplicative, so whatever. Let's just see how this goes. So in theory, this water should, like, when the water is really shallow, it should stick around, or like, you know, it should kind of stick to the ground a little bit. Let me just go to our debug flow fella and not fuck around with an opacity mask. Water is being water, Skittles, that's correct. The water do be water. Do be watering. I'm currently just doing a surface flow sim. Let me get... Can I just, like, unfuck this a bit? Let's just do normals to be flat. Flat surface and just a nice flat color. Oh wait, is this the... This is the... Okay, wrong one. This is that. My bad, hold on. You go back in there. Sorry, I got the wrong fucking material. What's this one? It's called Yaya. Cool. Let me just do... Oh, fucking mouse. Cool. Let me just do... Oh, fucking mouse. Right, no normals. Well, sorry, that's not how you do no normals. This is no... Oh, no, the normals already do their thing. The world height, I also want to just raw dog that. So we don't get any, like, texture flow stuff. Because we can factor the texture. So this doesn't look very viscous yet. Let me just go into the dude. So I'm guessing it's kind of like a... The viscosity value is like at what point does it start schmoving? Not the flow calculator, it's the flow surface. Viscosity. So if I go like viscosity 100, what are you gonna do? Okay, so that's definitely viscous. I'll give it that much. Maybe a bit too viscous. Maybe go 10. Because, yeah, like, I want the water to kind of bunch up and clump up when it's really shallow. But obviously we want it to flow very freely when it is deep. You know, like this. Like, it's all schmoving around. Also, that color is fucking atrocious. Can I just make it darker? Yeah, that's gross. Can I just make it darker? Yeah, that's gross. That's even worse. Hell yeah. Let me check the RTs. Ooh, that's fucking weird. Is that just because of the stepping, or... Like, is that just because of the RVT? What's causing that, I wonder? Yeah, it's still happening here. I mean, it's not... I think that's just because of the stuff. The RVT. Yeah. Let me try something. Let me just sample the RVT, like a very tiny amount, just to make sure that it is being dirtied and whatnot. Because yeah, it could just be that it's a low resolution. Oh, maybe, yeah, it could be compression artifacts as well. Even. It's weird that it's just like a weird recurring pattern. But again, it's like, yeah. I wonder if the 3 means like at 3 height. At a height of 3, start viscosizing. And yeah, this is still... What the fuck is that coming from? Runtime virtual texture, land, interaction height. Disable compression? How's that work now? It's still kind of fucked up. Yeah, I'm guessing it's just the way it goes. Because of the... You know, the quality of the RVT isn't, like, perfect. So, like, the height map is, like, stepped very slightly. And that's what's causing this weird fuckery. Shouldn't really matter if we blur the output, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Less friction, more viscosity. I mean, yeah, it looks like it's doing... Yeah. I don't know. Is it even worth doing the fucking viscosity shit? I mean, yeah, this looks way too slippery. Yeah, it looks hydrophobic. Hydrophobia in 2025, SMH. I mean, this is also very shallow water, so I guess, yeah, the viscosity is... Yeah, and it helps it drain out as well. This should also be delta time dx. The acceleration, but maybe not for the... let me check this dude's code. Where is your... Flow, add, fucking blah blah blah, water. Right, the neighbor minus this guy. Multiplied by gravity, multiplied by dt, multiplied by acceleration factor, divided by dx. Can I just do delta time divided by dx? Rather than dividing it afterwards? Probably get cancelled for that? Yeah, yeah. Hydrophobia is not acceptable. Alright, where is... Number of cells divided by simulation size world space. So that's this guy. You then should divide delta time by that. Does that also go for down here, the viscosity element? dx, dy, dt. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, right. Wait, why would you square it? But you're not doing it... Whatever. Viscosity is just dt. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so here... dt divided by dx. Which is our cell size, or cell width. Alright, this will be behaving slightly different, but at least it's, yeah, less fucked now. It's very slow. Because it's essentially been divided by 4, I think. Yeah. Also, let me just do this real quick. This is just going to create a wave periodically of 500 units. That's a big ass wave. Why is it moving so slowly? Okay, so this guy here. So that's gravity, and then we need an acceleration factor. Fuck it, we go by 4. Because we've essentially divided it by 4 just before. Just before? Ha ha ha. So this kind of looks like wave. This is sort of how we're going to end up doing the ocean waves and shit. Obviously, you won't see this part, but whatever. So then that will do, yeah, kind of breaking and spillage and whatever. That's not terrible. I might even need to do a bit of temporal smoothing in it as well. Yeah, I just don't get this. I guess it does need to be blurred. Potentially. I know that, yeah, maybe I just have to blur it at the output. It might be fine once I do the velocity feedback, though. So cursed. Oh, look, it's doing bouncies. Yeah, it probably needs a bit more friction if it's going to be that high. But yeah, already this is like 1,000,000 times better than the other shore waves that we had going. Even if we did the same approach where we only do this at the water's edge, or at the shore edge, it would be... What the fuck? Did I just turn off? What button am I pressing to do that? It would be... What the fuck? Did I just turn off? What button am I pressing to do that? Is it S? For like solo? Or like, I don't know. Yeah, add momentum conservation. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be doing with the... Essentially, like, I have a water surface velocity simulation. And what I'll do is I'll feed a small value of the water flow into the velocity. Because the water velocity, I can probably still enable it all pretty easily. It's like an advection-based velocity. So it's kind of like, you know when you see those like fluid sims and it like makes all the swirls and shit and it looks really nice? That's what the... how can I... Let's fucking enable everything again. Projection, water puddles... Don't need that. Curl gradient, the water sim here. Divergence, pressure, projection. The classic 3 steps. I think if I go over here... Oh, it's going to be fucking itself, isn't it? So this kind of fluid sim here with the, you know, the velocity and whatnot. My idea is to do that. So have this feed into that and then have that feed back into this. And maybe only do that at kind of the shallower regions. And so that should conserve momentum, essentially. It should be able to... Because, yeah, at the moment, it's very omnidirectional. Like, if there's a surface, it will just spread out. If there's a flat surface, and there's, like, water with velocity coming into it... There's, like, there's an example in the paper I was reading. This bit here. So, like, there's a small channel... And the water should be kind of like going out and like, you know, streaming in, but it just expands outwards because there's no inertia. So I should be able to factor that in nicely. Although I think for now I will... Let's just not worry about Gerstner waves integration. Water flow surface, we do need flow calculation. So this is where we're just adding... Well, we were adding waves here. But I can make that... Oh my god, my fucking mouse. I keep forgetting to, like, fix my mouse. So that will be doing at our position. Pardon me. Let's just get... Well, nothing. Just, yeah, you go. Oh my god, fuck off. Please. Thank you. There we go. Brushpen Studios finally made it with streamers for letting know I became a full-time dev thanks to your videos. Love the content. That is heartwarming. Like, actually, though. I'm very happy to hear that. And I hope that everything's going well. Let's just set that at 100. So yeah, what I would like to do, let me just set up a cube. Or maybe cylinders would be better. Oh my god, fuck. Oh, cylinder. Actually, you know what? Maybe I could... The one that I was ready for has been such a blessing. Hell yeah, hell yeah. That's how it goes. I'm glad you enjoy all of my bullshit. Now let's do that. There we go. Edit mode, GZ. Where the fuck is my proportion? Can I do a sharp? Nice. Alright, sculpt mode. What's inverse? Control. Alright, let's make us a divot. Well, actually, I kind of want it to... Let's start up here. Maybe not that much. That's a bit fucked up. And then we will divot. And then I'll smooth that out. Well, actually, you know what? Let's go... Yeah, so I just want to see if we can actually get it to preserve momentum using the velocity stuff. So we're going to make like a little water obstacle course. So cursed. That's the other thing, right? I mean, rivers don't actually split, but streams split, I guess. You know, you can just run out. And that guy can run off and out. Yeah, cool, cool. Alright, that should be good enough for some testing. Cool. Why the fuck is that not smooth? There we go. File, export, FBix. Prismatic, no, prismatic modeling. Utility meshes. This is a water playground. Cool. Let's chuck it into here. Just fucking, fuck you, import. It's very small. We should also just set its collision to be fucking complex. Collision as simple. For now. I mean, we don't actually need it to do any of this, but... That's a bit too big. Maybe 10 times. Yeah, that's probably enough. Let's turn it around. Put it here. Good enough. Where's our dude, man? No, that's no. What's this fucking material? No? What are you? You're called Yaya. Fucking dumbest name ever. Right, is it because it's so small that the distance fields are all fucked up? Oh my god. Fuck no, no. What's going wrong with those distance fields? I don't know. I don't care. Let's just see how it goes. Okay, that's better. Okay, so water. This isn't drawing to the RVT. Land height. Okay, so now it should be, well, taking this into account. Yeah, it is. It is. Cool. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay, if we just sit... Oh my god, stop doing that. We just sit up here, and we can watch it do its thing. Okay, it's just like... There's too much water. Let me just go to like 20. 20 water. From our source. Okay, so here's how it's behaving currently. It's just going to get down here, and it's just going to spread out. Well, you know, to the nearest thingamajig. So fluidy. Ugh. No, it is working. It's working. It's just, it's very boring, essentially. Yeah, it doesn't have any, like, inertia. So, like, for example, actually, this is a really good example. So this water is, like, constantly flowing like this. Going... But as soon as it spills out over here, it's just going straight. which is like super boring as fuck. In reality, it should be like going this way. So what I want to do is I want to do, I think I mentioned it to you before, where I want to do a cross. I don't fucking know how to explain it. Manage water flow. No, you fuck off. I want to do like a feedback, some crosstalk between the water velocity simulation and the water flow simulation. So it becomes a water flow velocity hybrid sim, which probably means nothing to most of you. And that's probably a good thing, because it's just gibberish. So let's get our debug. No, it's not that. It's the water flow tester. We're going to be getting the water velocity RT, RG, length, blah, 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 and do this. So that will be height, and that will be color, or RG. So currently that's just the water depth, the blue value. I might even just add 0.1. Let's do like 1,000 velocity and 100 depth. Well, no, that's the depth divided by that. Maybe I should do it the inverse of that. Yeah. So as it gets to 300 units deep, it becomes dark blue. Let me just fucking only go up to 0.5. That's better. Have you ever tried Fluid Ninja? It seems to be quite complicated to learn. I haven't personally. I have talked to AK a lot though. He's kind of my. If I ever like have a massive head scratcher, he points me in the right direction. He's the one that kind of got me onto the Niagara Grid 2D system. But I haven't actually used Fluid Ninja. AK's the guy that designed it. But yeah, like people always ask me like, oh, is this like Fluid Ninja? And like it is similar in the way that they're both fluid simulators, or simulators of things that are based on textures. But I think Fluid Ninja it's very It's more of like a framework for VFX artists to do some like crazy fucked up shit. Whereas Prismatiscape is more like an integrated solution where all of the simulations talk to each other by default. So we can use the wind simulation to push around the water and create ripples on the water. And we can use the water simulation to make the foliage, get pushed over by like tidal waves or whatever. Or we can use the surface simulation, like the footprints in the mud and the sand. Then that can feed into the height map for the water simulation, so that when it's raining, the footprints get filled up with water and that kind of stuff. So like I guess my solution is more... I mean, like, I'm building this to use in my game, and I want my game to look good, and I want it to run really well. But I also want, like, all of the kind of interactions to tie in together. And I think with a framework like Fluid Ninja, you need to set up all of that crosstalk manually, which obviously gives you a lot more control, but at the cost of, like, it's kind of very scary, I guess you could say. How do you learn to make own water simulation? I'm actually making a video about it. Soon TM. Soonish. TM-ish. This is based on if possible to do with RVT, but in the way of computing things RVT and other do RVTs. You would have to use 2 RVTs for it, Dio. Unfortunately. Although, okay, the problem with using 2 RVTs is that then the you'd have to have 2 landscapes or something, because, like, it's a fucking, again, it's another stupid limitation. Why is these normals looking dumb as fuck? Yeah. It's another dumb limitation with the whole thing. You can only have 1 RVT output. So you can't really choose, like, draw this thing to one of the RVTs and draw another thing to the other RVT. Because you can't assign an output specifically. It's so brain dead. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just going to get mad. RVTs are like the best and worst thing in Unreal. It's like they're the best, but they're just so neglected, and it makes me upset. Makes me physically sick. I wonder if I can yeah, I could do this actually. No, fuck off, Unreal. So I don't need that anymore. Why does this look so dumb? Is it the specular and roughness thing shit? From the landscape where you're using a spline or something. Yeah, so my idea is that, so there's like this simulation, but obviously it's a limited range simulation, right? It will fade out after 20 meters. But the idea is that you can set up river splines, or I might have like an automated kind of river or stream calculator, which you'll see them at a distance, but then as you move towards them, the edges of the simulation will... Oh, that is flowing down. The edges of the simulation will... It'll essentially set the simulation to be those values. So as you walk towards the river mesh will set the height of the water for the simulation, and so it'll become simulated in the zone, in the zone, which will be lit. And then the same, I mean, yeah, another reason I'm doing this is so that the waves will be simulated within the simulation radius, which means that they'll actually break and flow around this kind of thing. Two landscapes set, the second one to be hidden in game, not visible. A few other options, and it'll be like it doesn't exist, it'll be okay. Yeah. And so that second one, you could have a material instance that does the far tiling, and then write it to, because you'll be able to specify for that landscape, right to the RVT. The only problem is, kind of, not necessarily a problem, but you'll need to figure out how to do a thing with the stuff. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, sorry. So getting the landscapes to sync up with each other might be a bit of an interesting one. So that you don't have to, like, you know, sculpt both of them. You just want to, like, sculpt one and then kind of be done with it. Look at that sick waterfall. Okay, so let's do... No, let's do ready water RVTs. Let me just get the water height flow. And we can do... Let's break this apart. So it's a 4 vector. I want to make a 2 vector by getting the left positive plus, no, minus right. Yeah, like this, probably. Pardon me. And let's just divide that by, like, fucking big-ass number. And chuck that into... That's water pixel. That would be water velocity here. Well, Dig, is better use simple or complex collision? I think for bullets, you can maybe get away with using complex collision. Because, like, a bullet trace is like it's a one-off operation. Whereas for something like character movement, you don't want to be... Essentially, in order to do... Bitch, what the... Oh, right, it's the velocity. In order to do a complex collision trace, you essentially need to iterate over every vertex on a mesh, which is pretty crazy. Also, I'm going to get a snack real quick, so I'll BRB. So, this is a plugin in order to Epic update their native water system. Good joke. I don't think Epic have ever updated any native system. No, this is something I'm working on. For like a hybrid. A hybrid water approach. So like simulated within a radius. This guy. Right, it's divided by too much. Oh, I'm dividing it in there anyway, so. Oh, that one. Just bought fluid flux. Hell yeah, nice, nice choice. My plugin is basically, we have fluid flux at home. There we go. So those are our flow directions. I'm gonna need to use a fucking stable time step, aren't I? Oh god, that hurts my fucking eyeballs. Jerry, how's it going? Okay, so that's our flow velocities visualized here. I mean, that's absolutized, so probably don't need to abs that. Yeah, it's better. Okay. So we need this to be more dynamic, and in order to do that, we are going to feed the flow velocities into our surface velocities, which then do all of their fancy shit, then feed it back in to the dude. So let's just go water pressure, water add wave velocity. Let's fuck that off for a sec. So velocity advection. This is where we actually do our advection stage. So as long as we do this before, I'd probably do it in here, yeah. Let's call this water add flow to velocity. And then we'll just do it on the next frame. Add the velocity back into the doodad. How do I blend two normal, as in two normals, or as in two regular textures? So blend between them using another mask lerp. Normal texture A, normal texture B. Okay, so normals. Mask texture. You'll want to use a lerp, Jerry. You will want to go texture, texture. And then here's the mask, wherever. Just do lerp, whatever the mask is, and then yeet between them. And that should work perfectly fine in like 99% of cases. The GPU particles could run in parallel. It's kind of weird question. Everything you does is by definition in parallel. Well, I know that the particles themselves will process in parallel. in like 64 by 64 chunkarinos, but the actual like the draws, the draws get done like what, one at a time? Isn't that kind of the main bottleneck? So like you can do like every pixel of a thing all at once, but you have to do this object, then that object, then that object. Thought looping is wrong for normals, that's why we have the blend angle corrected normals or whatever. Kind of, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. The only reason blend angle corrected normals matters, I mean, technically it doesn't matter. Blend angle corrected normals is just dumb as fuck. I don't bother with it. I just have a, because you got to remember that everything that goes out of here gets normalized anyway. So the blend angle corrected normals, I think, is overkill. I just have one called simple add normals that I made, which literally just gets the RG, adds them together, and then appends one into the B channel, and that's it. And that works for everything that I do, at least. Okay. Well, I just saw that, yeah, like they were doing all the lumen and nanite stuff in 5.6 in like a separate thing. Like an entirely separate, well, yeah, like core. Like all of the nanite update and the other stuff. Do I need water add flow to velocity? I don't need the grid, do I? So this is just water flow, height flow, water height flow. Smack that into here. I can probably do the crosstalk simultaneously. So use a fair bit of CPU. Well, they weren't talking about Niagara. Oh, nanite. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say confused. Water velocity. Delta Goodrum. Do I want the water height? I wonder if I should be adding this to the velocity or if I should be lerping it. Because a lerp would be kind of like you wouldn't be gaining any mass or gaining any extra energy. That's probably what I'll do. So DT, and I'll probably cross lerp it. So this lerps towards this. So right, flow velocity, this guy, 0, this guy there. That is then the new dude, and then same the other way. Well no, because the height flow is not velocity. The height flow is the amount of water going across, which is it's kind of the same fucking thing. Fuck it, we ball. let's just fuck around and find out. What are the rise? What is actually rising the terrains of the water planes? The water planes are, yeah, getting pushed up. It's only really going to be relevant. So I think the way I'll handle it is there'll be like river splines, river meshes that will, you know, they'll kind of be chilling or whatever. But they'll have like some padding, I guess. And obviously there'll be fall off and whatever. But I still think I'll go with like a 2D fall off and whatever. But I still think I'll go with like a 2D for like, you know, the rain runoff and everything. But near shorelines, I'll just make sure that there's, you know, some verts to play around with underneath to do like the waves crashing and all that kind of stuff, and then with the rivers to, you know, make it not look shit. If the water, you know, if you drop a giant crate in here and it causes the water to overflow out here, it will be mesh water for a little while, and then it will just turn into the 2D, you know, texture water. If that makes sense. And it'll smoothly fade out and shit. At least that's the idea. What's this? Water height flow. Although I might just disable this for a sec. Let's just see how the velocity handles its shit. Although I'll need to actually get the velocity to look at. Oh, fuck off. Wait, what are you angry for, you piece of shit? Ah, 2 to 4. Oh, right. The water height flow needs to... Right, I need to... Water height flow break. X minus... Well, right minus left. Up minus down. Gives us a twofer. Bam, bam. That is then... here and not even there though. It's how do I turn velocity into flow? Velocity break this and then make 2. Sorry, make 4. The only one I enabled notification for? Hell yeah, Marco. Giga Chad. X velocity should be negative... negative right flow. Is this the wrong way around? Basically, it should be like this. So wait, positive X is, yeah, negative flow. So it should be like this, I think. How does that go for here, though? If water height flow is going negative out that way, that would mean that if this is coming in, that's positive. So it should be this minus... fuck off. This minus that. And this minus that. That looks disgusting, but I like it. Here. Cool, cool, cool. And then that is our velocity to flow. No, hold on. That's the 2s. That's new water velocity. Then this would be this guy. Flow, lerp towards this. But we're not gonna fuck with it. If we go, what attribute? Water velocity. The fuck are you talking about? No, conversion from float 2 to float 4. The fuck are you talking about, huh? I feel like this part here is going to create additional mass, because that will be different for the up, down, left, and rights. Vector 2D, that's a 2D vector right there. Is that just... Right. Fuck me dead. No, fuck off. Make 2D. I hate that the 2D and the 4D vectors have the exact same fucking color. Infuriating. So anyway, this should be feeding the flow into the velocity, which is just going to visually look like something. I don't fucking know. Water velocity here. Water velocity. So this is our water velocity. Let me just unfuck it real quick. So this is flow. Lerp our velocity towards flow. Now, where's this getting done again? Right at the... This is post-advection. Probably doesn't matter. Did you see the water talk during Unreal Fest? I talk about flow, foam, and particles. I also talk about water friction. I didn't see, like, the specific... If there was a specific talk about it. Can I not? Where the fuck are you? Can I just set this guy as that guy? That's gonna bug it out, but whatever. Why is this water velocity... Wait, what's the variable even called? Is it called water velocity? It is. Water velocity. That's multiplied by the... Right, okay. I'm dumb as fuck. Skip that multiplier, you piece of shit. Okay, there's water velocity doing water velocity things. However, it's way too fucked up. Let's just, like... Oh, I'm dumb as fuck again. I'm so dumb. Why am I so dumb? Okay, so this should now be... Yeah, lerping the water flow into the water velocity calculation. Again, lerping it towards... So it starts as water velocity, goes towards water flow. By a tiny baby little amount. Which means that our, what's it called? Our other water shit should still be... Oh no. Why is that not? Why don't you put the water sim, water domain data? Let's just get our waves back. Flow surface, scale gradient, manage water flow, add water wave velocity, don't care. Add water flow to velocity, projection. Render targets is velocity. Yeah, maybe I'll just fuck that mask off for a sec. If you hate everything being the same color, you'll hate 5.6. Any unassigned asset thumbnail is white no matter what it is mentioned. Oh, what? Why do they keep, like, fucking with stuff, but, like, don't fix really obvious things, you know? Alright, so here's our usual water velocity bullshit. That's like Giga Extremo. So in theory, we want the water flow to, yeah, drive this stuff. And then for this stuff to also drive the water flow. You know what I'm saying? So if we just sit up... You know, fuck it, we'll sit up here. We should see water flowing, doing flow shit, yeah. It would be up here, add water flow to velocity. I think I want to do this pre-advection as well. Maybe. So this should, like, really... That's probably not enough. It is doing it, though. 10 times more. Yeah. So, I mean, in theory, we should see this velocities being drawn to these things. They're fucking backwards, aren't they? Are they? Is that... It is backwards. Oh god. So fucking cursed. Alright, no more suck. Suck is banned. Let's go... So I was right the first time. And then I... if I do this, though, does that mean that the... Oh, no, I guess this will kind of act as damping, in a way. Like, if there is just a flat lake or something, there's no actual flow happening. Then it will just kind of lerp towards, well, 0 velocity. Which is a good and bad thing, because we'll act as a dissipator. Interesting. Let's try that at a bigger value and see if we get any, like, real fuckery and stuff. I mean, it's pretty chill, but... But yeah, this will have actual inertia now. So we need to feed this back into the water flow. Although if I just did this, I'm like 90% sure this will cause a really fucked up feedback loop. Like it'll explode the simulation. No? Interesting. So we're now lerping water height flow towards the water height, or the water velocity. More of that, maybe? Is that going to cause an explosion? I guess it's lerping down towards 0. So it's kind of acting like... interesting. That's just leaking out. Yeah, I don't know whether they should lerp towards each other, or... The other thing is, like, there might need to be some offset. So, like, water velocity times 10 feeds into the flow, blah, 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 you know? Times 100? Yeah, okay, so now it is feeding back. But I think we're creating more water out of nothing. Because we're essentially affecting some... You know, we're affecting the flow differently for this cell and the neighboring cell. So this one's saying, oh, I'm getting rid of 20 units into you, but you're receiving 40 units. For example. Yeah, so now we're getting explosions. If it was additive, then it would feed back, right? I'm pretty sure lerping between them is like the only real way to do it. But it's just about finding the offsets and shit, you know? This is saying get the water flow. And then this guy goes towards that. But that could be like a bigger number or something. Like how much velocity do we want to put in to the dude? Yo, look at that. That's... I mean, hey, it is stable. It's quite stable, at least. Party time. I guess I need to figure out... I don't know. Do you think building plugins is a viable source of income? Yes, I would. At least I've had... I mean, I guess I am more fortunate, or you could call it fortune, or you could call it forward-looking, forward-thinking, to run a YouTube channel. And so obviously, like, if I release a plugin, then I can just, like, shove that in 70,000 people's faces. You know? Whereas if you were just doing plugins, uploading them to the marketplace, and then, like, you know, seeing what happens, then, like, the plugin would need to be... It would need to be... I don't know how to describe it. It would either need to be something that people are really looking for, so that people are, like, searching for, you know, river system, UE5. I wonder if I can just... No, I should lerp. Because if I... Yeah, no, if I add them together, it'll get all fucked up. I wonder why also my shit isn't... Oh no, it is working. Oh, it's just not drawing... Right, because I'm too dumb. That's so cursed. It's just not drawing because I'm a fucking idiot. And... Actually, why isn't it drawing? You should have commercially selling point advertising like in games. So you think that you should have a commercial selling point and advertisement like in games? Yeah. I think I understand what you mean. It is doing plugins and stuff is yeah, like you need to think about who's the target audience in terms of like what is their skill level. So like how casual versus hardcore is the plugin, you know? You need to think about the financial position of the audience and whatnot. Like, are you targeting quadruple A studios, or are you targeting indie studios, or are you targeting hobbyists that, you know, are just kind of learning Unreal Engine or learning game dev and whatnot? And then, you know, yeah, how does your plugin differ from other plugins in the same plugin genre? Oh my god, this fucking mouse. I'm gonna rage. So not just 30 people buying the public plugin. Yeah, yeah. But then there's also the off chance that it like goes viral, you know? Which is like when it becomes a household name. Game dev household name. Like Fluid Flux, you know? Like, everyone knows Fluid Flux, and everyone knows Fluid Ninja. And, you know, they excel because they're, like, very high quality. They also, like, plugins and systems like that also have just, like, a virality factor to, like, even just, like, regular gamers. Like, they'll look at Fluid Ninja and be like, oh my god, I can't wait to play games that have VFX like this, you know? Oh my god, this fucking mouse. I'm actually gonna pull my hair out. And then die. In a video game. These lerps should probably be the same thing, eh? Plugin on the Fab has 27 reviews, and it was literally so low. I don't know if the reviews carried over from the previous, from the old marketplace. But the reviews are... I don't know. Reviews are kind of weird. It's not like in, you know, games. But for context, my plugin has sold like... I wonder if I still have the... It's like a dumb amount. Like lots. Like I'm very happy with how Prismatiscape's done. Like I had to pay 5,000 on tax last year. You know? And that was my own, well, aside from YouTube and shit, that was my only income last year. And I sell like roughly 1 copy every day or 2. Maybe like 1.5 copies every 2 days, or two copies every 3 days. I think that's the math. And that's like pretty consistent. Like that's like the baseline now. There's like obviously a huge wave when I first released it. But yeah, like since then, 2 copies every 3 days. I think especially because it's like the fab marketplace, it's kind of like, well, you don't even get to write a review. You just do a star rating, which is dumb as fuck. And if you can't type anything, like, why bother rating? Like, people aren't gonna use the plugin, blah, 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 and, like, go all the way back to the shitty fab marketplace, find the thing that they bought a week ago, and leave a review on it. So, yeah, it's... I don't know. Epic just, you know, just Epic things, essentially. It's Epic all the way down. Yeah, so if we do this crosstalk... the advection will sample previous, won't it? So I'd probably want to do this. Flow calculation is this guy, where we actually move the shit around and set a new column height. So we could... Well... No, because that would get these. So we could do it here, actually. Oh my god, this mouse! No, fug of. And then it will actually advect nicely. Alrighty, so we've got the flow feeding into the velocity, and then the velocity feeding back into the flow. Can I just, like, fucking pump the shit out of... Ah, right. The vorticity confinement only applies to velocities over 50. Kind of cringe. I don't know. I don't know whether lerping is the right... but it's the only way to actually ensure that... velocity is over 50 near you. Maybe we should get a new mouse. No, I can fix this one. I swear. Alright, I want to visualize both the actual velocity and the flow. So I'm going to hijack the render targets. Water velocity is, well, water velocity. Then we're going to get the water height flow, do this, and yeah, because the height flow is going to be like kind of omnidirectional in a way. Water velocity, all right, let's go break you. You're going to go X, Y. Up here. Fuck off. Yeah, so the flow amount is like really fucking juicy. So only income is the plugin. Plugin is $30. Sells 2 copies for 3 days. The plugin's $35 American, which is like 60 Australian dollars. But keep in mind, like, when like I've only started working on the plugin again. I don't know, the past like 2 weeks. And it's been like a year since I touched it before then. And so for that entire year, you know, making like $50 a day while just like sitting around scratching my, you know, scratching my head and working on other things. And then you can imagine like if you were doing it like full time and making lots of products, then that $50 per day, once you release another successful thing, becomes $100 per day, and then you release another one and that becomes $150 per day, and then it just keeps, you know, keeps juicing. Exponential growth. You know, let me do a divide here. Let's see what we're actually looking at. I wonder if I could... No, not the flow rate change. I'm just trying to figure out how do I... What's the best way to convert the flow into velocity? Like, what's the... How much flow is velocity? Does that make sense? I feel like this looks... Maybe it's flow divided by 100 equals... So this is flow, that's velocity. Which is like, you know, velocity is this stuff up here. This kind of velocity. The funny stuff. The fun things. And that is at like really high-ish values. What's your vertex later video? Still not sure which case I can use it for optimization, for example, in landscape material. In a landscape material, not really, unless you're doing, yeah, not really, because a landscape is like so sparse in terms of vertices. I guess what I want to do is like given a static like a static endpoint. Let me just let me do this and make the normals. Well, let's not factor in the texture into the height. And normals can just be unplugged. So we've got flat boys. Okay, so... Oh, fuck you. Yeah, fuck off. Given like an end state that isn't totally fucked up. Here, I guess. We need to... I guess that, because we're going from 100, and then it's saying, the velocity is, well, 50 units of water per second, or 50 height per second. I don't know, fuck it. I guess we just magic number it, you know. So, because yeah, like the thing is that on a steady endpoint thing, they'll gradually just lerp to each other. Which is nice, I guess. Water height flow, lerp towards the velocity. The velocity probably needs to be kernelized for like each. Oh, does it though? Because what's that gonna say? Water velocity. Kernelized sounds so delicious. True. I think we do need to get the average of the up, down, left, right, and center to then apply to the flow, because then the... Or no, we'd get the average of the center and the right, and that would be the target for this one, and then the average of the center and the left would be the target for this one, and then so forth, so forth. That way, because that ensures that this cell here, because the flow, right? The flow variable that I'm creating, it's like a two-way map almost. So this guy has like negative 100 in this direction, meaning he's losing 100 units that way. But the guy next to him has positive 100 on his left thingo. And because the velocity is stored per cell, if let's say the velocity was 10 here, and the velocity was 20 here, it means I'd be changing this to like maybe 120, and this to minus 110, which means that we've just created, 10 units of water. So I have to kernelize that, which also gets a bit fucky. Oh no, because the curl. Oh no, that should be fine then. It says water velocity. Oh, that actually does the vorticity confinement in place. and adds it to the water velocity. Yeah, because we do curl and then we do divergence pressure projection. So that would be fine. So that just means I need to do... Ugh, shitballs. Projection... No, that's water... Fuck. Ugh. Yeah, this got really fucking messy. Velocity advection. Here we go. Oh, maybe I could... Wait, velocity advection gets done here. Oh, but that sets a new velocity. Oh, maybe I could... This should be, like, not very impactful. Maybe I can do it post-advection using the previous frames shit. That way I just do this, get the average. And it's just like giga chill. Fuck the ripples. I could just do it at this stage. As in, like, get the water velocity. Because I don't really want to, like, store that. That's so much fucking memory. Like, for every pixel, store this average fucking thing. Because that would be to lerp the height flow towards the water velocity. But then here we'd want to lerp the water velocity to the water height flow. Or we could just do that down here. Because we're getting this kernel anyway. Up, down, left, right. And then we could just do some fucking shit. And I guess we're doing foam here anyway, which is a bit... Yeah, no, well, yeah, you know. Just want to know, I haven't understood a single thing you've said this entire time, but I'm happy to be here. You know, me too. Me frickin' too. Do I want to do it in here? I mean, it's not the worst idea. It's a bit hacky though, but it's like hacky in the way that it's optimized. Because it means we don't have to use the getter. The David getter twice. But, you know what? Fuck it. For the sake of clarity, let's just do it earlier. You know what? You can all live above the line. What a velocity needs to be the thing. So wait, where's the last thing gonna be? Flow calculation doesn't care about the... And that's using previous frames curl. Yes. Okay, so in here we want the... what the fuck is that? Oh my god, what the fuck are you? Go away. There we go. Water grid. Water grod. Fantastic. And then you want to come down over there. Cool. Alright, water velocity, blah, 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 blah. So we want to make this. Which is water velocity, but it needs to actually be the kernelized water velocity. And then delta time, you can just fuck off up to there. Okay, so how do we do this shit? So X is going to be this guy plus this guy. Divided by 2. You know, I'll multiply. So the average of the middle and the right gives us the positive X-Man. And then this one gives us the negative of the Y-Man. And then these guys are the other guys. Yeah. So this should now preserve mass, which is important for some reason when you're doing simulations. Otherwise, you get feedback loops and things literally explode. And computers explode. So getting the velocity, lerping the flow towards some factor of velocity. And then we do the opposite. We lerp the velocity towards the flow. And so over time, they should equilibrate. That's a new word I made up. So this is flow, and this is velocity. I'm gonna absolutize both of them. Where the fuck? Let's absolutize them both. We're dividing them both by 100 because reasons. There's a lot of yellow. Let's divide by 1,000. So we can viz them properly. That's better. Right, so this is our velocity. And this is our flow. Trust me, there's a difference. Cool, cool. So yeah, I think the flow... that's all our fuckery. Do I want to... No, that should be fine. Let's get our shitty water debugger. What is this doing? Right, that's doing our WPO shit. Let's just quickly set up some kind of flow map bullshit. Okay, so yeah. Okay, no, it is working. You can see that little bit of inertia happening, probably. Maybe. I think our flow needs to respect our velocity a bit more. Because I'm pretty sure the... well, maybe it isn't. No, it should be masking... Let me just get some fucking foliage down real quick. Grass. Alright, is this... No, we're not drawing anything. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Am I not... When sim... Ah, the deform sim. Oh, am I not drawing input? Oh no, add water input to water sim. Yeah. So is it just not strong enough? If I said water input to water sim, water input multiplied by giga amount, like fucked up amount. This music let's do in your personal time? No. It's the old school RuneScape soundtrack. Okay, that's drawing something, but it's just getting fucking yeeted big time. Is this getting masked by water velocity? Delta time. That's adding. Yeah, okay, whatever. And that's the previous velocity. So that's just being multiplied by the reflect. Oh, right, the reflectors. That doesn't even matter. You mean there's a new school RuneScape? I guess, yeah. Is there a Discord? There is Discord. You can do oh, wait, you're on YouTube. You can look in the description of my YouTube videos. There's always a link to all my stuffs there. So yeah, the water velocity stuff is fine, but it's back to here that isn't as fine. So this is velocity, should be some flow factor. I mean, if I just said match the flow to the velocity, then it's gonna do some weird shit. Although it does actually like smooth out a bit and create some inertia. I just need to, I need to find the balance of flow to velocity. There's some magic number. I think the lerp speed is fine. I think it's just that it's lerping towards, you know, a bad number. Oh, but do I even want to fucking use lerp? Because, like, if water is flowing, or the initial flow, that's going to be trying to lerp towards 0, aka there's no velocity. Which means, like, if these lerps are both set too high and they're lerping towards each other too quickly, it's just, there's not going to be any stuff. Also, I think maybe I've fucked up something. Because that's very yellow. This one minus 1. This one minus 1. This guy, that's X, Y, Z. Are these supposed to be inverted? Let's not fuck with water velocity for a sec. Yeah, where am I, I'm doing something somewhere. The whole thing was a freaking mess. I think it was in here. Water velocity masked by the water surface and the water flow. So let's just unfuck that real quick. Water velocity can just exist anywhere. Okay, but why won't you draw? Because, like, you can draw over here fine. And that's good. Is it during the input stage? Or is it in the fucking projection stage that I get some fucked up? Water velocity multiplied by dissipation, delta time. also multiplied by... Oh, that's additional shit. No, so it isn't getting masked out there. Water height. Oh, I'm not even doing fucking vorticity confinement. No wonder it was looking really boring. I didn't have the curl set up. It's way more, yeah, spooky looking. So why am I not getting it here? Where am I masking it? It must be water. Not in here. Velocity advection. No, we don't mask it out there. It would have to be in the water input to water sim. Let's just do literally get water input. Ah, fuck me. Alright, it's right here. Get out, you shitlord. Let me do water velocity on the land. Okay, there we go. So now I can just draw water velocity anywhere we frickin' want. Even on the land. Which means that now our water velocity can affect the water flow. Which means that, yeah, we can kind of see the interplay between the flow and the velocity now. Which are two separate things. Let's remember. Okay. Hercules McDoke. You know what, let's just turn this guy around. I'm getting really sick of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay. So the velocity is now affecting the flow. The flow is also being damped by the lack of velocity. Because if the velocity is 0, then, well, whatever. But this proves that this can, in theory, work. Maybe. Yeah, potentially. So I think the flow should be a higher factor of velocity. That means it has to be done on both sides, though. We can't have an imbalance. So, again, if water velocity tends towards water flow, and then water flow tends towards water velocity. Oh, that's just a fucking disaster, isn't it? Because it doesn't... how can I get the water surface? I guess water surface is just... the column height. You know, I'll just do it in here because I'm fucking lazy as. Get. Float. Fuck off. Get float. Water column height. So this is the you know, the surface of the water. The new water surface. If we get the water column height multiplied by... sorry, divided by 10 saturated. And then, so as it goes down towards 10 thing, we get delta. We multiply it by that. And some fucking damp factor. And then we want minus that. And yeet the new water velocity by that guy. So that will get rid of water velocity outside of the bounds. So this doesn't happen. In theory. Yeah, it's kind of... yeah, it's letting it dissipate. Maybe that should be a bit more extreme. Because, like, the water velocity will do some funky shit. If you just say, like, don't do... if you delete water velocity, it will compensate by, like, flowing around it and whatever. Kind of like what I'm doing here. If I just, like, do this giga hard and said, don't fuck with, you know, get rid of any velocity outside of the water flow surface, then it would be a bit more chill. Oh, it's a bit cold in here, actually. Okay. So yeah, this is essentially getting multiplied by that. Which is a little bit fucky. I mean, yeah, maybe it should do this. So that it will damp itself sooner. Yeah. Maybe a tiny bit more. Because again, we don't really want water velocity exceeding the flow area. Okay, so that works. So we still have mass preserving water flow, which then feeds into our water velocity, and then our water velocity feeds into the water flow again. Yeah, it's just about getting the value right. Or is it fine? I mean, you know. The one thing is there's no turbulence. Which I guess, like, rivers aren't very turbulent. Or like, you know, like a running stream of water, not very turbulent. As in, like, the whole flow of the water isn't that turbulent. So this is movement of water from position to position. This is the water surface velocity. So I think I do want to use this. It's kind of hard. Fuck. Let's just get a flow map going. Prismatica flow map. So we're going to get the water velocity. RG. That noise outside. We get that, divide it by some fucked up number. Smack that into here. Flow speed max is 05, whatever. Get these. I don't know, let's just get the red guy. And do a height lerp. Yeah. Texture -1. Get the length of the flow map multiplied by 1.5. Add them together. And then contrast. Oh, you know what? Contrast probably not needed. And then let's just... fuck it. Add that to this. Alright, so now we should see, well, texture movement. That's Giga Cursed. It's going backwards. Is that supposed to be... RG. What a velocity. Oh, it's because I've got the fucking absolute of the values. And I'm also dividing it by 1,000. So probably don't need that divide. Adam, how's it going? So the stuff you're doing only work with the camera angle in particular. Play can't see far into the distance of the play. You won't see the edge of the simulation. It should work with any perspective. Like for example, if we're down here, you know, the simulation zone ends 20 meters away, but it will. You won't be able to tell where the simulation ends and where the, you know, the regular WPO or like the regular, you know, shader river stuff ends. Or starts or ends. How will you understand quaternions? I don't understand them at all. I'm a quaternion noob. I apologize. It's kind of embarrassing, you know. Try not to talk about quaternions here. Does it work with forward rendering? I'm pretty sure it does. I don't use any kind of scene captures or anything like that. As long as RVTs work in forward rendering. If RVTs work, then yeah, it should be fine. Okay, this is decent nuts. Let me also... I wonder if I'll need to, like, average them, you know? Like, get the flow. Like, for the shaders and shit. Get the flow and the velocity. And then use that as the water velocity. Because I'm playing them into each other so that they behave differently. Simulation-wise. But in terms of, like, the actual material shit, there's no real difference, so... Although, conversely, the water flow has a kind of fucked up artifacting here. Which is, like, fine for the WPO stuff, but for the rest of it, it's a bit fuck-eyes like that, you know? Fuck, maybe I don't want to use... So this is like flow map using only, well, the flow. Which I might just have to like chill the fuck out a bit. Yeah, and you can see there's artifacting on the flow. Unless I did a blur. A blur could work okay. The other thing I can do is, like the water flow stuff, I'm setting it to be very accelerative. If I do it like this, it might... I guess it doesn't really make a difference, honestly. I might actually rename this one water add flow to velocity. Where the fuck are you? Water add. Eh? Water add Oh, add flow to velocity. Okay. Let's actually call this water flow velocity interchange. There we go. So they tend towards each other, but they need to be some offset. So that's height flow. So like if the height flow is like, you know, maybe 2 times velocity or 4 times velocity as its target. But again, this might just balloon. I also don't know if that's correct. Let me think about this really quickly. If I I think in theory just doing it straight from one to the other should produce good results. Maybe if I make that less fucked up. Why does it tend that way? Let me get a flat plane real quick. What the fuck have I done here? F10. Let's do this really steep as well. So Player start is somewhere there. Is that still within sim range? No. Fuck. Okay. Where's this weird bias coming from? Technically, this should be going straight down. There's a weird positive bias happening. If water height flow was just water height flow, what happens? Then it goes straight down. And that should just spread out evenly. Yeah. But obviously there's no, like, yeah, that's the thing, right? As soon as it goes here, it just doesn't give a fuck, right? Because it's, like, no inertia. So something here is not happy. We're getting the water velocity. Y plus Y, that's X and X. X minus 1, that's Y. X plus 1, Y. That's all spelled correctly. Oh, maybe it's something to do with this? The flow feeding into the velocity improperly? Where the fuck are our buttons? There you go. Why is it doing this? And that's just gonna do something fucked up. Right, that's just saying positive outflow everywhere. Not ideal. Let's just try reverse this. What the fuck? Now it's going the other way. Fuck. I have a feeling it's here that's a bit fucked up. We're getting the flow and adding a factor of that to the velocity. So this is flow... Well, flow up. Oh, sorry, flow right. So flow x plus 1. If it's positive... No, sorry, if it's negative... I think these have to be the other way around. Right? No, now it's still tending towards that direction. I don't know why that is, though. Yo, Erendis, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You've joined at just the right time. I'm currently just banging my head against some stuff. Against some water. It's doing a water flow simulation. Okay, that is not correct now. Wait, that is not correct. I mean that's obvious. Water flow velocity interchange. That's because I didn't change these guys back. You should be 0.5. You should be negative 0.5. You should be 0.5. And you should be negative 0.5. So at least now the water velocity is gonna... Excuse me? Right, because I fucking... What the fuck? I'm done. Right, so now that's going the right way, but does that mean... Yeah, that's tending that way. If this was... I mean, what if I invert that? That's just going to do dumb shit. That's just going to go back that way. Velocity... Oh, I'm dumb as fuck, brother. I'm dumb as fuck. Okay, no, this is good, this is good. I need to... Right, when I'm doing this velocity shit, for the sideways components, we don't give a fuck about the vertical components. You know what I'm saying? Like, for this guy here, we don't give a fuck if he's going up. That doesn't affect the flow at all. It's only if he's going this way. We want to create negative, well, outflow. And if the velocity is going this way, we want it to create inflow. So... this shit here is X. 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 And then this is Y. 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 And then, yeah, that's fine. Alright, watch it work suddenly. Look at that. No weird fuckery. Okay. So, okay, and this is good. This is good because now the water actually has inertia because we're doing this interchange between flow and velocity. Right? So without the interchange... The only problem is that it takes a little while for the velocity to, like, warm up to the flow amount. Does that make sense? I don't know. Well, now with that less fucked, can we, like... Okay, no. Yeah. So if we... If we balance it out like that, it gets quite angry. We'd have to divide it on the other side by the same amount. Yeah, this is good. This is good. And yes, that will fill up and then do some shit. You know what, I can even... let's make this a bit more interesting for now. Can I... Where are my, like, rocks and shit that I just had before? Fuck it, you can come up. at me. Okay. Also, is that reaching the simulation boundary or something? No, no. Right, and we can influence the flow very slightly with the velocity. Kind of cursed, but whatever. Yeah, in theory, this should be like filling up. So we just need to check that we're not losing mass anywhere, which it doesn't look like we are. That looks pretty good. And that should be starting to flow out. Yeah. And that'll start yeeting. And that's already doing it. Cool. Okay. Oh, does that not... Oh, that's cursed. Oh, right, I just... offset. Nice. You fucking idiot. Okay, that's good, that's good. I might even just... Let me check if AK replied to my... No, he didn't. Sag. He hates me. No, he doesn't. Unless he does. Oh, Amethyst, I just got those textures. I wonder, are they... Can I... Save bubbles highlight PNG in... Prismatica, modeling, utility meshes, I guess. Just bubbles, height, left, whatever. That should be the full res, I'm pretty sure. I made this texture the other day from like a photo of... You can even see my reflection in the bubbles. When I went and studied the blade. Sorry, studied water. Oh, this actually does create foam, which is nice. Right, because it uses positive pressure to do that. So I could actually just use in this guy the B-Chanel of this into there. Jagger, I'm creating a water flow simulation of some description. You know what, maybe we should actually just make this look like fucking water. It's like, it's not hard. I mean, I've kind of already done it, but fuck it, whatever. You just fucking yeet your ass into here. Well, let's just flatten normal based on the length of the velocity divided by a big number. 10. Saturate, invert. Flatness. You go into there. Refraction is method pixel normal. Sorry, index of refraction. That should be 1.03, I'm pretty sure. Logic Project just messing around. Good question. It's for both. Messing around for a larger project. If that makes any sense at all. Good night. Yes. Hello and good night. Yes, sorry, I'm getting really distracted. This should be 0.33. If that actually works, that is. What the fuck? Okay, maybe index of refraction's busted. Fuck. Is that? Oh no, it's obviously taking the normals into account. Oh, that's a fixed offset. Yeah. Let me just fucking do something. That looks dumb as fuck though. Is it for this or this? Yes. Exactly. No, it's for a plugin that I make called Prismatiscape, which is like a how do I even describe it? Sorry, my brain has just died. I probably need another coffee soon. But I'm currently just changing the water component of it. And what I'm doing currently is a water a mass-preserving water flow simulation. That looks dumb as hell. Let me just clamp you down. Wow, you're shit. The fuck? Does that just need to go to 1? Well, yeah, whatever. That looks funny. But yeah, essentially, what I did last stream is probably a better indicator of I know what the frick I'm doing. Yeah. So this is where it was last time. You know, it looked great, but technically not really what I wanted. Because we weren't simulating the height of the water here. So, like, the waves would just, like, clip through the terrain, but leave, like, a wet patch that would kind of drizzle back down the shoreline. Which is, like, good enough for, you know, for some people, but not for me. Not for me. So I've moved to a mass-preserving height simulation. So if we actually cancel and then come back in, this will actually, like, fill up with water. And then as it fills up, it will then overflow, which makes it way more suitable for rivers. Rivers is kind of the main thing that, you know, I'm concerned with. Why is that so, like, fucked up? Why is this... Let's just fucking... inverse power that motherfucker. Why is it... Oh, it's not moving as fast, because it's a different tiling. That's funny. Haha. Would you recommend this for blood stuff, like small amounts of these appearing when an enemy dies? I kind of I'll show you something else real quick that we did in another stream. Where's Bloodscape? Mega water, fluid, Bloodscape for the blood god. So this is like, I call it the paint simulation. Technically not limited to blood. Most people are going to use it for blood. So, like, you know, because you're fucking sickos. But it uses a similar method, but it doesn't accumulate velocity. It's like a fixed cell-to-cell transfer per frame. Oh, not per frame, but like per time step. It's essentially the exact same as this simulation. If I set this simulation to have infinite friction, if that makes sense. Why do I make a game where your legs get cut off and you have to drag crawl yourself around the ground with that material? Hell yeah, that sounds like a fucking lit game. Thorian Prismatic No. This is currently in the works. This will be included in the next update. But the paint will diffuse through the water. Which is kind of funny. So, like, this paint, if the paint goes into any kind of water zone, it will then, you know, blur outwards and also be pushed around by the water velocity. Which, again, is very gruesome and fucked up. But that's what the people want. You know, it's not me. It's not me. Let me put the texture back into these things. Yeah, so now I've got lots of little rocks and shit. Why is that doing really dumb shit? But yeah, so what I'm doing currently is it requires, because it's you can see as I go up here, it'll fade out. It requires some like pre-placed, you know, rivers and whatnot, and oceans and shit, and it will then inherit their height and velocities at the edges of the simulation. So you shouldn't even notice it going from, you know, the normal way that you do rivers and shit into the simulated thing. Kind of like a level of detail, you know? So the river from a distance can just be like panning texture. I mean, it'll be a flow map. Maybe a little bit of distance field shenanigans to like get foam near rocks and whatever. Doesn't have to look that great, but then as you go closer to it, we actually start producing foam, you know, based on positive pressure and whatnot. And all that kind of shit. Avocados are lit. What are you talking about, Bing? Don't blasphemize the don't blaspheme. Oh, is negative pressure getting rid of foam? That's actually kind of funny. Why does it do that? The big seed is best on toast? Do you mean like avocado, or you mean like the pit inside the avocado? Right, okay. Just the seed, Any seed enjoyers in the chat? don't answer that. Okay, this is working well. Or like I think the concept is sound. I think our concept is sound. Can I just like yeet this up to like 1 billion? So flow velocity, interchange, do this shit. Give me that max guy. 200. Oh fuck, he's not a happy chappy. Right, I've set the water input to be like a quadrillion, didn't I? Well, not a quadrillion. It was like 1,000. Let's not do that. Just normal velocities, please. Yeah, Krim, how's it going? Welcome to really dumb shit. Really, really dumb shit. Okay, yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Doing the like interplay between this and that and whatever is a win. Cool looking dumb shit? Hell fucking yeah. Jalloid, how's it going? Water height flow. Okay, so the acceleration, the viscosity. Let me put the viscosity up. Viscosity 1000? Is that a thing? Does that work? Okay, that's like, yeah, very fucking viscous. This is with 0 friction as well, which means that the water flow isn't gonna, like, chill the fuck out. Prismatica 1.0 is a myth. So this is kind of how the blood works, is, yeah, it's like fixed. There's no, like, accumulation of stuff. Because it's presumed that the blood will never reach, like, a pooling amount. You know? Okay, what's happening here, though? What's happening here, though? Oh, I guess because I'm on... No, I guess that is just you're doing that as well. Whoa, waterfalls. What the fuck? Waterfall these nuts. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the water... Maybe I'll do viscosity differently. Because I feel like the viscosity isn't viscosizing. Viscosizing. Because, like, in my head, viscosity means, like, if the water does this, and then as it, you know, chills out, it should almost kind of, like, stay wet. I mean, you can see it here. Like, here we've got heaps of water and shit, but now it just looks like fucking jelly. Like, yeah, I want the water, as it gets shallower and shallower, to stop moving as much. But I don't know, this is just a fucking dumb way of doing it. I'd rather just be like, get the water column. Also, where's this 3 come from? Yeah, I'm saying. I don't know, maybe I'll just leave. I mean, there will be a wetness mask. You know? So maybe that'll kind of sort it out. Alright, I need to add some kind of magic number to the interchange values. Also, what the fuck's up with this? Oh, is that because I'm dumb as fuck? Yeah. Oh, no, I am unpacking all. Okay, never mind. I'm just dumb as fuck. Why do these normals look like fucking stupid? Is that what they normally look like? Whatever, Sugma. Yeah, okay, and so the water pressure, which is a part of the velocity advection simulation shit, it is doing, yeah, the foam and whatever. So this is pretty fucking handy, honestly. Let me also just do water flow, man. Let's go like 10. Yeah, and it does pool pretty nicely. Well, not pooling, but, you know. It does thingos. Wow, that looks fucking dumb. Oh, you know what? I probably don't even need this dither anymore. I'll do a single unit. Vile, how's it going? I'm doing pretty well. I'm just dicking around with some water. Yeah, that looks stupid. Yeah, again, the viscosity, it's just annoying. It's the interchange, water, input, dry water flow surface. Yeah. Yeah, it's too free-flowing at, like, shallow depths. Using kind of vertical, I use Git. I use Git. GitHub and Git LFS. Is that anything seems like 2 years ago on your repo? I probably just haven't done it to main. I've probably just been pushing to my my branch. This is not very viscous. Yeah, this viscosity is just dumb. What's all this fucking noise going on? I'm getting like electrical interference or something. Something fucking weird's happening. Maybe it's my GPU frying itself? I don't know. I don't know. Right. What's next? What the fuck am I doing? That's the real question. Someone's got even. Yeah, I haven't actually pushed in a, a long time. Not to the remote anyway. I've just been locally getting good. Making game, true. I forgot about that part. That's my least favorite part of like game dev. Is like actually making game. Like, that's kind of fucking cringe if you ask me. Who am I? Fucking First Crimson? Nerd? Making a game? That's so lame. Alright. I need coffee. Jinx. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Let me do coffee, and then we get back to twerk. Hello. Ugh. 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 I'm back. Ooh, that's sugary. Delicious. All right. What do you do sort of ocean is seamless between plane loads? That's a great question, Headsman. I currently make sure that the planes I mean this is a bit overkill. But I just make sure that they overlap slightly. Again, this is probably way too fucking much overlap, but yeah. You know what I mean? But because of the single layer water renderer, it just takes the highest vertex, so you don't actually see any of that here. The fuck is all of that? Oh, we're not... We're allowing the foam... Well, yeah, this should be getting yeeted out. Alright, what was I doing? I need to get our interchange weighting. Water flow, where the fuck is it? Oh, it's right here. Okay, so our interchange value. Let's see. So this is the lerp speed. Which is, I mean, it should be the exact same between them. So that can be this. So we essentially ease the flow into the velocity and ease the velocity into the flow. And that way we get... I feel kind of big brain for figuring that out. Because, like, that way we get perfectly preserved mass... and we get water with inertia and spiraling and all that kind of fucked up shit. So this here, this is how much the water flow should go to the water velocity, and then conversely, how much of the flow should go to the velocity. So it would be this multiplied by some fucking factor. And then this multiplied by some... well, the inverse of that factor. So if I said, like, the water velocity should be tending towards 0.5 of the flow. Or maybe like 10 of the fucking whatever. And that would mean that, okay, well, conversely, the water height flow should tend towards... well, no, it would be 0.1 of the other thing. So the reciprocal. If I did them both higher, we'd get feedback loops where, yeah, they feed back very quickly. So then this would have to be 0.1. Which then, yeah. So this makes the flow kind of take precedent. Whereas if this was the other way around, it would mean that the opposite was true. The velocity kind of takes precedent. Like that. Very good. But it also means that the velocity... So that's the flow, and then that's... Well, that's normal, so they're not existent. And then in here... Well, it's not getting any shit, right? Right, because I guess it's just fucking balanced terribly. So we just need, like, a value here. Then we need the reciprocal of that. Is there, like, a more accurate than reciprocal fast? Oh. Fuck it, yeah, whatever, who cares? So if this is this guy's, and then this is this guy's, then we just have a value that can find the sweet spot between our flowing water. How does those steep ghosts and waves without loops on the top of the waves? I don't. That's my secret. Nah, but for real, I just let them loop. But then hope and, you know, kind of turn them into like rolling waves and hopefully hide them using particles and dithering and other things. You know? Because, like, I like how they look at a distance. It actually doesn't look, like, too shite to have them, like, you know, caving over themselves. It looks pretty decent. And then I think the ones that are, like, at a medium range, as long as they have splash particles and whatever... I mean, it does look a little bit fucked from behind. But again, hopefully particles will... sort that out to some degree. That's right, Buzz. That's right. The other thing you can do, which it's a bit sadder, is you can decrease the steepness as the amplitude increases. So like, I think UE5 is the standard steepness. That's like true circular motion. But yeah, you could just ease that down as you ramp up the intensity. And then use particles to kind of do the crests and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a manual viscosity thing. I think it's just really fucked. Because, like, the water's flowing way too fast for, like, being so shallow. Like, this is what, like, 10... I guess that's 10 centimeters, technically. Oops, I just disabled the entire sim. Will Prismatic use gameplay ability system? I think it's pretty cool once you get it configured to your project. No, I have a custom. It's kind of the same thing. But the difference is that all of my actions need to be virtualizable. So kind of like, because the idea, the Prismatica dream, hashtag my dream game, is that it's like a fully simulated world that just gets like staggered update, but like everywhere. And then the events of the game emerge, or, you know, most of the events of the game, or like the kind of moment-to-moment events of the game become like emergent from, you know, like entities and agents having needs, and then creating goals and needs that like directly conflict with one another. So for example, poor people tend to be starving. The rich people tend to have food. And so therefore the poor will try and eat the rich. And that's like a completely emergent, you know, it's not programmed that, you know, bandits will raid merchants. It's the bandits need money and will resort to crime, and the merchants are trying to do their job and whatever. But there's no, like, you know, it's all kind of emergent and whatever. But one side effect of that is that things need to actually happen off-screen. Where, yeah, like, everything gets virtualized into, you know, U-objects. And so, yeah, all of the actions need to have, like, a virtual state. Or, you know, a virtual, yeah. No merchant, no cry. Yeah. Yeah, so gas is very tied into, the actor component hierarchy. Whereas I just want everything to be one level higher at object. Yeah, exactly. So, like, all the entities and, you know, items are entities. Locations, buildings are all entities, which are an object. They exist at all times, you know, mostly. There'll be sometimes, probably just for memory reasons, that, like, some chunks of the world will be unloaded from memory, but still exist on disk, and then periodically load in this region from disk to memory, iterate on it at like an accelerated time scale, save it, you know, back to disk, unload it, move on to the next far region, do another catch up and whatever. But yeah, even when things are on screen, they still exist as objects. So like, for example, you've got a sword. That sword exists in cyberspace as an object, but then it can be represented by an actor, and that actor will be pulling all of its data from that object. And that way, like, when you put the sword in a backpack and the mesh disappears and the actor gets destroyed, the object is still, like, nothing's actually happened to the object other than it setting its reference to what it's been contained inside changing. So for example, like, if a character is, you know, trying to find this particular sword that you stole from them, it's just like there's the object version of that sword that they're looking for. And so whether you put it in your backpack, put it in your prison pocket, stab it inside a dragon, or like something eats the sword or whatever, it'll always be like the object has never changed, like, well, at all, really. It's just changed its location and whatever. The casual prison pocket? I mean, it kind of has to, I don't know. There's a lot of, I've kind of realized this, but there's a lot of extra, like, cavities on the human body that you can hold items that need to be accounted for. Like simply just, like, holding something in your armpit, you know? Yeah, will armpits be a pie cost? Exactly. Yeah. Because, like, I imagine a character, you've got, like, a knife in your hand. Or let's say you've got an apple in your hand, right? But then you need to, I don't know, put a helmet on. Or like, take your shirt off. Or something. What I would do is I would hold the apple in my mouth, do the thing, take the apple out of my mouth, you know? Or if I had a stick in my hand, put it under my armpit, you know, fiddle with the thingo, you know, then take it back out. Which, like, one, it would look cool, but two, it alleviates a lot of, like... Because, like, things that are in a character's hand are actually in their hand, you know? Just gonna have a conversation about holes last night. Jesus. What? Sorry, I need to time you out. No, we were having an argument about topological holes. Although I know Amethyst was just baiting me. He was just trying to, like, get me riled up. Because, like, okay, he, like, right. A plate. No holes. Morph that plate into a bowl. Still no hole. Morph that bowl into a cup. Still no hole. It's topologically not a hole. Yeah, because, okay, so my argument, what we were trying to figure out how many holes the human body has, but the mouth and the butthole only count as one hole in the total holes in a human body. Because they're connected, like, uninterruptedly. So, yeah, each nostril's a hole. Each tear duct is a hole. Eye sockets are holes. Nostrils and asshole are connected, though. Yeah. Yeah, but like... Yeah. So much distance... No, and stop it now. No, just let's not argue on stream. Well, yeah, that's actually a good point, Adam, because like... Yeah, like cells have holes in them. So it's kind of like a quadrillion billion holes. Anyway, back to the water shit. Oh, this fucking thing there. Okay, so we need to find the... Well, no, I mean, for one... Oh, God, I need to do the thing. Usual characters aren't actually simulating position stuff, they're just kind of fake in virtual purgatory. They track their position as just a variable so that they have like a proximity. Only like when they're out in the open. But a lot of it will be like a town will be an object, and then the districts of the town will be an object, and then the buildings in the town will be an object, and then the rooms in the building will be an object. And so it's essentially just a big node graph from that point. And so you can be like, okay, well, all of these NPCs are in the market square doing their market shit. And you don't really need to know their exact positions. You just know they're in the one area. Therefore, they can interact with each other. And if like a fight breaks out, then they might just... Or like a riot or something. Then they might start rioting. And then if you know, come from a kilometer away, you might enter the city mid-riot. And it's like, what the fuck's going on here? Kind of thing. And like, some people might already be dead. And some houses might already be on fire. And some might be in the process of being set on fire. At least that's the idea. A lot of this needs to be like actually implemented, obviously. I've been procrastinating by like making plugins and shit, and like, you know, making money and stuff. Like, it's, you know, fuck money. Who needs that shit? I don't need food. Like, what am I, a human? But yeah, that's a general idea. Oh, also, Jed, check this out. Check out the water, right? And then watch as it overflows this pool. It looks like fucking Jello. What the hell's going on with it? Look at it go. Look at this river shit. It looks very goopy. Reduce heartbeat to like once every 5 minutes or something. Yeah, that's like exactly what I'm thinking. Where like, yeah, the further out something is, the 2.5D. Oh, yeah. I actually had the 2.5D working yesterday. I think it was yesterday. But I recently figured out a nice way to make it inertial. Yeah, ASDF, the way I'll do it is like have, I mean, this is a good little thing. So here's like player zone. So like a lot of it will work in like chunks, right? Kind of like fucking Minecraft style. Just like a hash grid sort of thing. So we're here. And then everything in these chunks is like live and loaded. So non-virtual. Real, I guess. And obviously in here. So they'll be actors and components and whatever. Although they'll still be LOD'd to be like, you know, they might not animate out here. But they'll be using real like nav mesh pathing and whatever. And maybe like a simplified movement system or whatever. But then outside of that, when things become virtual, they get put in like buckets based on the distance from us. And essentially, like, let's say there's like 100 entities in this zone. They would all get put in just a list of, you know, 100 entities, and we just update one of them per frame. So it might be, if there were 100 entities and we're running at 60 frames a second, then it's every, like, second or so that they're going to be ticking, right? Then at this next distance, maybe there might be, like, 300 or 400, you know, just because the area is bigger. So each LOD, or each kind of zone, or distance zone, will update one entity per frame. But the further out you go, the longer the lists get, and the longer the list gets, the longer the delta between updates is going to end up being. And obviously all of the virtual simulation needs to be written to account for, like, large time steps. So they need to have, like, the virtual behaviors, or the virtual versions of AI behaviors need to have, like, an estimated time. And I think we also need to, like, project forward by whatever the delta is. Project forward by that amount. So that, like, if this guy is traveling down this road, and let's say the delta is like a minute, or even like 2 minutes at this point, and another guy is traveling this way, and his delta is also 2 minutes or whatever, we need to know if they will cross paths. Because, like, you know, if the time step is 2 minutes, this guy will get from here to there in those 2 minutes, and this guy will get from here to there in those 2 minutes. So, in reality, they would have crossed paths, and maybe this is a bandit, and this is a merchant, or this is a bear, and this is an adventurer or something. And, you know, we'd want this encounter to happen. So it's just a matter of, like, any cells that someone is projected to go through, they would subscribe to them and whatever. And then this guy, when he's projected to go through this cell, he will look for someone that is subscribed to, at some point, go through that cell. And then for each thing that is projected to go through this cell, check their trajectory. Were we within distance at the time that we got there? Interact, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so there's some ways to do it, I guess. I don't know. I'm studying relativity paths at this... Fuck. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, I don't know what's relativity. That's not real. Surely. Oh, you know what? You know what would be cool? If I set this to movable, I can actually do some funny stuff. Hold on. Isn't that funny? You can just, like, move this shit. And it's, like, kind of fine. I should probably let this interact with distance fields as well. Like a wait. Yeah, true. Someone was asking what the shader complexity is like. It's not. It's nothing like crazy. It's kind of chill. I mean, these waves are a bit. How's it going? But like, you know. Technically not. I mean, that's just vertex shader shit. I wouldn't worry about the waves. The waves don't matter. Extremely bad, yeah. Cool. All right. So what was I doing again? The viscosity. I wanted the viscosity to be less fucked up, basically. Also, where did that guy go? Was it this? It was this. Lit. Oh, another thing. With the height of the water, I might apply like a 1 cell blur and take the max value. Just so when water, like, falls down, it kind of juts out a little further. I don't know. Chill bro, got GPUs. True. Yeah, I wonder if that shader complexity has ever been kind of like normalized for the modern GPU, or whether it's like still in like Unreal 3 era, you know? Alright, so what's going wrong with this? I completely forgotten. Flow calculation. Flow... No, not that. That's the flow. It's the derived water flow surface. Friction, viscosity. Just set that to fuck all. Right, now it's going much faster. Like water, you know? One other thing I want to do is just like in the character. Fuck, is it in here? Player camera component. Does this set the max clamp? View, do the thing, fucking blah blah blah. Interp to target arm length. That. Oh, map range clamped, right. Oh no, that's for the velocity. Hold on. Target arm length. Where the fuck are you? Camera zoom. Min camera distance, max camera distance. Right, and that will just do 4,000. Let's go. Okay, good, good. I just wanted to be able to zoom out further. Just for the sake of doing this shit. Why disable the GDF instead of the SDF? As in global distance field instead of the mesh distance field? In Niagara or in materials? Materials. I don't think so. You might be able to do it with like a custom node. Potentially. Yeah, I think I definitely want the water to just like chill the fuck out when it gets... I just think that velocity isn't... sorry, not velocity. Viscosity isn't doing good things. So this is the column height of each dude. Let's tell it to fuck off. So this is the delta time, the thing with the stuff, whatever. This is the viscosity value. Originals and overrides it. It's actually all height based, Jed. It is so it gets it's kind of like, let me save this. Something, water, something. I think I've got a... So, each pixel... So the green is the landscape, or the surface, I guess. And then the water has like a value that sits on top of it. And so then we get the difference between like the final height. And we use that to derive a flow value. And then we pretty much just move some of this to that. So like, for example, if, you know, this is up to here and like this is up to... So like eventually it will all level out like this. And like fill up a cavity. And then if this keeps filling up, if this gets taller, it will then transfer some of that to this one, which will transfer it to that one, to this one, blah, blah, blah. Until like here, it reaches, it's like, oh, well, there's no water on here, but now the water's height is greater than the landscape height. Therefore, this is going to transfer some of it to this one on the next update. And then when it gets here, it's going to be like, oh, well, you know, I need to flow some of mine out to here. So yeah, it's all height-based. And then what I'm doing down here with like the normals, you can see it kind of doing some shit to the normals, like this. That is just because I'm feeding the texture's height value into the height RVT. So like usually you'd just go like, oh yeah, Z into the world height. And then it would just look like this. Kind of boring. And kind of scary. You can see there the stepping from like the bit depth of the RVT. And so like this works well for like when you've got actual fucking geometry in places, you know, like this. But then, yeah, once there is just any kind of additional data. So this is just coming from the height, you know. The, why can't I see it? The alpha channel of this guy. So I'm just feeding in this to the world height. And then, yeah, that just causes it to do some real shit. So if you actually look closely, it'll actually, like, kind of do weird stuff here. And this water mesh is just like a flat plane, but it's snapped to the landscape height and then lowered down slightly, but then pushed up when there's water. So this kind of 3D flow will only appear, you know, around rivers or around oceans, you know, on the shore. But for stuff like, if you're like in the middle of the desert, you probably don't want to be rendering like a water plane. I mean, again, we never fully got around to doing the plane following the character idea. So maybe that would be worth another visit at some point. So viscosity. I want to, as these go from like 0 to 10, so let's get this divided by 10. Same with U here, U divided by 10. Let me just bring these guys back. All right, so from 0 to 10. So at 0, it should be multiplied by 0 or some shit. Let me just... I can't saturate that, can I? Let me just get rid of all this fucked up whatever. Just piss off. Okay, so height. So the water column height divided by 10. So that gives us 0 to 1. And then that will need to be glamped. 0 to 1. Oh, well, the heights can never be negative. You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. And so that one can just be saturated. So at 0. So at above 10 at 1, we want to do nothing. So that would be... Here's delta or scale. Trying to dial in some shore waves. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Look, it's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole goddamn thing. That's for sure. But yeah, my idea for this is that for something like a river, the river will still be spline-based, so that you can see it from a distance, but as you move closer to it, the edge of the simulation will set the water height and the velocity, I guess, the initial velocity. So you shouldn't even notice the river becoming simulated. And then I was also thinking I might do a kind of like a fluid flux style like river generator thing. Just to get like a better looking mesh from a distance that isn't just a spline, because splines... Because I went to a river a few days ago. And like rivers and creeks and streams and stuff, they're essentially like completely flat. And then they get to, you know, like some overflow, and then they overflow, and then they're flat again, and then they get to another point where they then overflow, and then it's flat again. And I think just doing a spline that's like, you know, slanted doesn't end up working heaps well. So yeah, I might make like a mesh constructor. And then the other thing that it all needs to do is that it needs to handle variable height, because I want rivers to be able to dry up. And so therefore the amount that's like being set at the edge of the simulation needs to be lower. So they're printing us 90% of the time forever? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so as this goes to big number, so this is the thresholding, then it's literally just a matter of, well, delta time. Well, no, I need to 1 minus this. 1 minus, multiply by scale, 1 minus, multiply this dude. Cool. And then you 1 minus, multiplied by scale. And then 1 minus did. And then I could clamp the length, but that's a bit fucky. I think I will do this and then just... Well, this bit here is like how much do we want to decelerate it, which I guess is the viscosity value. Yep. So if I put this to like 10, then it will slow down very quickly as the... You fuck. 1 minus multiplied by that, added together again. So wait. At... So towards 0, it's white. So then we want to multiply that by delta time and some other value. It's white. Multiply it by delta time, tiny little number, and some other value, bigger number. Flip that around, less than 1. Multiply that by that. That's the flip around, yeah. Okay, okay. I need to clamp them. But in theory, like, is this working? The fuck? Is it maybe because the... Like, it should be, like, slowing the fuck down as it gets... I have to clamp you. Yeah, why is the flow... Well, okay, let's just do, like, the threshold at 100. Which is 100 water column height. So if it's below 100, it needs to slow the fuck down. Which it does look like it is doing. Yeah. Let me just turn this into... Not interchange, this guy. Let's just set this to like, what, 50? And really sharp. What doesn't know how to move when it's flat? I guess its momentum comes from the transfer between the levels of height. I feel like gravity is created over time, then it comes from the inflow, outflow. Well, kind of, yeah. Like a big flat river. You're not really gonna like see much movement of it. I mean, they are very slightly inclined. Okay, that is slowing down now. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it like... Oh, is there like a feedback from the velocity takeover? Or is it... I maybe got it the wrong way around, where like the deep water is... Because it looks like deep water is like, ooh, going really slow, but then as it... No, that wouldn't be it. It doesn't make sense. No, now it's just like always fucking... Okay, maybe it just wasn't extreme enough. Hashtag extreme. Right, because the scale gets there as well. So now it's like, yeah. Anything... So I set this back to 10. Anything below 10 should just freeze. Yeah, boy. Okay, that's better. Anything below 10 depth is freezing now. Well, not freezing, but slowing down. Yeah. Is that because of the... I guess it is... If it's slowing, then... Yeah. There's also no global friction. I mean, there's a tiny bit, but... Okay, now we're gooping. Now we are gooping. Okay, so there's like, yeah, threshold. So this is our, let's call this our, viscosity threshold. And then that's the actual... viscous deceleration. So now it's just doing normal water shit, except here it's like really fucking slowing down. Which again, we probably don't want. How much is 10 centimeters? That's like... Yeah, maybe 10's fine, but way less. Because again, we're gonna leave like a wetness mask behind. It just might be nicer to have this stick around for a bit longer. And it should also help with, yeah. Alright, so next on our agenda is... What if I don't have any viscosity, though? Yeah, it's not bad. And then what if the acceleration is higher? That's just acceleration, though, not actual speed. That just means it will... Yeah, I think 4 was good. 4 and 4. And then here, 210 threshold. Cool. Right, now the other thing is the water flow velocity interchange. So this will... Okay, let me just grab our render targets again. Off. There you go. So velocities are doing velocity things. Yeah, the velocity isn't... Well... You know, that doesn't exist outside of there. So I think the velocity... Oh, wait. How is that even... velocitying? Oh, right. I guess because flow... No, that's kind of problematic. Flow exists even where water doesn't exist. So I actually need to... When I do the interchange... that would mean I only want to add velocity masked by the stuff. Velocity interchange, water column height. Right, that's why we're getting all fucked up. Okay. So let's do this. Water column height, saturated. Here. I guess this? I only add it at that point. Is that going to cause feedbacks, though? Well, now we shouldn't get... Yeah, we're not getting velocity in weird, fucked up places. Which is nice. Always appreciate not getting weird, fucked up velocities in weird places. And that should also dissipate way quicker. But it isn't. But yeah, that's fine. Why is it... Right, because the flow is 0 here, so it's just kind of... Oh, wait, no, hold on. Water column height. Right. No, that... That's the opposite of what we want. So no, this was correct. But this... Wait, what was the problem again? Right, it's, the velocity is just dying way too quickly on here. But everywhere else it's fine. Because the lerp is so fucking fast, yeah. Okay, so this value here. Let's try the balance 0.5. Don't think that's it. I think we wanted it 2. Or at least higher than 1. Yeah, because the fucking... Well, no, why is that not... Okay, that's fine. Because, yeah, the advection of velocity... I mean, yeah, it's getting a bit weird. What is this? Should you be 1 minus? This is saying on the... Oh, yeah, fucking no fucking duh, you fucking dumb fuck. Right, I'm just fucking really, really stupid. You know? You guys know how it is, being stupid. Surely. Alright, that's way better. Right, I was damping the velocity in the water, but not outside the water. Dumbass. Oh my god, you're so dumb! How do you get so damn stupid? Alright, so this is feeding back, or... I guess not. I think it's just an imbalance. Very familiar with being stupid? Hell yeah. Okay, this is looking kind of sexual now. No offense. Let's try 0.5. Yo, Jack, how's it going? Yeah, okay, so this kind of means that velocity takes priority in a way, kind of. Oh, like, it's not even about something taking priority over the other. It's more about the, finding the balance between flow and velocity. Because that's how we get this kind of, you know, the velocity can impact the flow and the flow can impact the velocity. Because usually it would just look like this. Where it's like, this is only flow, right? Which is very static looking. It's like, you know, very omnidirectional. If I do this, or maybe this is a better example, I don't know. What was a good example? Actually, a good example would be, this. Let me do another like that. And then another like this. And do that. And then find the fucking... the fella. Okay, well, like this, right? With this version of just flow, it will just hit this and just then start pulling back outwards. However, with the the lerping kind of back and forth between velocity and other stuff, it will actually go up. It'll like carry on. That's a little bit extreme, but it also has a tendency to kind of feed back, you know, kind of fucked up way. So yeah, I just need to find the kind of midpoint of flow to velocity and then velocity to flow. I feel like it is 0.5. Because, like, I like the velocity being able to push the water around. Maybe it's less about this, though, and more about the lerp speeds. Bad. Why is that? What's up? Did you forget to back up your project? That velocity is continuing way too far out. Did the stuff get pushed? Yeah, that's... I should do that soon. Why is it doing this weird ass shit? I guess it might be the not that, but this. But then it gets feedbacked. Oh, good. Why are you feeding back so much, you piece of shit? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You know? Was it just a massive Metasound blueprint? No, they, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to implement them into Metasounds, because they are just MIDI files. Yeah, that's lit. How can that be feeding back, though? Because if the velocity is lerping towards the flow, and then the flow's lerping towards the velocity, shouldn't they just converge to a stable state? No, because I guess they're not like... I mean, again, maybe this is just an artifact of, like, some really stupid shit. Like, not being, you know... There's no angle and stuff. Whereas, like, this will go and go off to the side. I mean, even that, yeah, it's a bit fucky. I mean, is it just a matter of slowing down the lerp speed? Because I guess the velocity starts at 0. And then as... So the flow increases the velocity, but then the velocity increases the flow, which then increases the velocity. Pardon me. Is it? No, it wouldn't be that. That'll just reach stable state, won't it? Yeah, because if I do it at 1 to 1... Like, there should be a point where... yeah, it's kind of like... Hmm. Maybe I could do a length max. No, that doesn't make sense. That's terrifying. Yeah, like, that looks fine until it gets kind of fucked up, you know? Because we need the... I don't want to use the flow as the velocity. I want to do... Because, again, the flow gets artifacting and shit. What happens if I do this? Just stop the velocity from, like, getting out at all. Then it will just not... That'll just do fucked up shit, yeah. The other thing I could try is doing an imbalanced lerp. So, like, the... You know... velocity feeds in quicker than the other one does a thing with the stuff. Or other way around. So the flow's gonna fucking accelerate and do shit. Oh god, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, this is also a very steep... No, I guess it's kind of like a normal, you know... Normal thinger. Normal thingerizer. It's like 45 degrees, whatever. Yeah, it just like the velocity carries on way too far. Is this a problem in, like, the other direction? Or, like, have I just fucked something up? Yeah, no, it does carry on too far. I just trying to come on Gumroad. Does that give me full access to all future updates? Yes, it does. Although the updates on Gumroad are like a few days late. Just because I use the Unreal, you know, the fab version, it automatically builds the Mac binaries. And so I use that to not have to fucking deal with that myself. Because fuck that. But yeah, you do get all the future updates and stuff. So this is just purely flow, no velocity. But you can see it just, yeah, it just looks dumb. Once it reaches, like, you know, there's all this inertia, and then it just, like, kind of does nothing down here. Like that. Very stupid. I feel like I'm going to be tweaking this for the next, like, millennium. So wait, this is flow here. Shouldn't the flow be getting set to 0? Here? Because if the water column height is 0... Okay. That creates some weird feedback though, but it's something. Yeah, even then that should never... Oh wow, that's really not happy. Hit the melee trace thing. Just connect the melee traces together to get rid of those gaps. Such a real, but unfortunately, it's not really well explained. I just do an array of traces. Yeah. Last frame socket position, current frame socket position. Draw a line. So you have like a weapon, and you have some trace sockets on it. You make an array of those names, and then you store the previous position. So at the end of each frame, get all the positions, put them in an array called previous positions, and then in the next frame, or the current frame, get those, for this socket, get its current position, so get socket location, do a trace from previous to current location, and then you do the same for all of them. And then if any of them hit, do some stuff. Yeah, I just don't know how to do this fucking fuck. Fuckity fucko fuck. Like... If I just needed to... Goo. Goo. What if... This shouldn't change anything. Does it just make it worse? Worse, I mean. It'll make it worse. Yeah, what's that doing again? Right, because the reciprocal is now like giga fucked. So, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, no, that ain't it. That ain't it, son. I need to draw the flow to the velocity to get velocity. But then I also need to get the velocity into the flow. Or the other way around. I don't fucking know. But that creates a kind of feedback loop. I mean, it's kind of just that the... I mean, like, look, it's kind of fine-ish. Oh, maybe I could just do the velocity feeding back into the flow based on depth. Right? Because velocity only needs to affect flow kind of at the edges, right? And so that would stop the feedback loop down here and probably here as well. Because I want velocity to like be able to push water around, but in like a lossless way. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Let's reassess. Let's re-ass. I mean, it kind of makes sense because like yeah, the velocity, as in like the foam and the swirly shit, that's just like a water surface simulation. It doesn't really make sense that that would be gigafucking everything else. Does that also mean that the water flow... No, I guess it needs to feed in the velocity everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. If I just chuck this into there. Oops. Go back. So this is just one way interaction, which is flow affecting velocity. But you can see that even if I do this, it doesn't, like, move the water around. What the fuck are you doing, brother? Oh my god, fuck off. Yeah, now go there. So yeah, like I can do this, it's like moving, you know, the velocity and shit around. Cool, whoop-de-doo. But it's not actually moving. We're not getting, I mean, yeah, you can see it here very obviously. Like this water is going like, ooh, but it's like not getting up onto the opposing thingo. It's also not, well, yeah, that would be the... Is that because this, if that was like by 100? Because the flow is like really low at those places anyway. Yeah, it's decent. And so yeah, it is faster here in the middle than over here, which is... makes sense. I probably need like some of the flow added into like the render target. You know? Because like the edges here are just a bit sad ass looking. That should be flowing. Well, it should be RG multiplied by this guy. Yeah. But I'll keep them separate for now. So how the fuggles am I going to do this? Let me just rotate this around again. Elliot, how's it going? It seems very, like, sluggish. Although, how much am I drawing? Okay, it's a depth of 50. Something. It's like 1,000. How do you go? Ooh. I wonder what happens if I, like, do 100,000 height. Is that just gonna explode it? Yeah. Well, actually, a lot less than I thought. I guess it flows pretty... I mean, yeah, here we can see the very obvious detriment of a completely flow-based system. But yeah, this is fine here. So that's 20 units. Is it the deceleration doing... Oh, okay, so it actually is working. Because that looks like it's way faster now. Right, I had that set to 10. Versus 300, now it's super viscous. It's slowing down. Right, now it's going fast, but it should slow down when it's just lightly watered. Yeah. Alright, now velocity is getting nothing. So what was my solution again? Right. The velocity only feeds back in to the flow at lower thresholds. So here's the interchange. I might P real quick. So BRP. Hello. Hello, camera. There we go. Okay. So. Do they need to feed back at equal rates? I don't think they do, actually. Have you stopped simulating life itself yet? No, no. We've barely started. Barely scratched the surface. Okay. I can just do whatever. That's velocity. Okay, so this lerp here. This is turning flow into velocity. And this is turning velocity into flow. But we only want to... Oh, you fucking piece, man. Right, the alpha. Where the fuck? Oh yeah, no, that's the scale. This is the speed. There. Okay, so yeah, you're fine now. Alright, so that's the actual value balancer. The other thing is, no, I guess they're both... I was thinking, do they need to be, like, delta timed? But no, they're both... They're both velocities. They're both per second, yeah. Value per second. Okay, so into these lerps, we need to multiply the lerps. But we need to mask them. So for the velocity to lerp towards the flow, we only want to do that where there actually is water. So that's the lerp speed itself. And then for the water velocity, sorry, the water height to lerp towards the water velocity, we only want to do that like the inverse of it. So like, I guess literally the inverse of it. Oh, So starting from where the depth is 10, being 1, down to there, we want to get the inverse of that. And then only do our thing down there. So this might help with the feedback. Big views, when you say flow and velocity, what are you referring to? So the mass preserving... why do I have a feedback loop? So I'm using like a volume preserving water propagation method. That's very cursed. Wait, what's happened here? Wait, do I want that to be this? So that it only lerps. Oop. No, that's not it. What do you want, Lady Cat? Hold on, please. No, wait, what have I done? Fuck. So if I can just disable this entire stage, can't I? This guy, yeah, interchange off. Okay, so the water flow is a virtual pipes kind of simulation method where like a cell, like each cell gives some of its value to its neighboring cells, and its neighboring cell gives some of its value, you know, to its neighbors and that kind of thing. So that works really well for, you know, water flow. And it also means that water can build up in crevices. Then we just get like a little cube or something. Cube? Cube. Okay, so now we let this do its thing. So yeah, oh, they're really big, but whatever. So yeah, if we just wait here, this will just keep going up and up. Ignore that little clipping value; it's a bit scuffed, but whatever. You know what? Let me just go up. Yeah, so this water will just keep filling up until it overflows. And then goes down here, and then it will keep doing its thing. So it's really good because it means for something like a river or a stream or a creek or whatever, it will actually act like water. The problem with it is that it isn't very dynamic, and it just like... it's very like omnidirectional in the way that it spreads. So like if I... you know, if I sit here, it just like fans outwards, even though I do this a bit. Make it a bit more chill. Yeah, so it will just like do its thing, but it has no sense of inertia. So, for example, if I sit up here, and this water is flowing like really fast down, usually it would like go and like, you know, kind of kick up the side of this wall a bit. Like even if I have the amount of water really high, it will still just hit this bit and then just start filling like level. So that's what the flow is. The flow is the amount of water that's going from one cell to another. Velocity is like the velocity is coming from a 2D, like a gas or like, you know, fluid surface simulation. So that's what this foam kind of stuff is, with all the like the curliness and shit. And so what I'm trying to do is hybridize them. I'm trying to hybridize them so that the flow can feed into the velocity. So like, you know, the foam will move with the flow. And then also I want the velocity to affect the flow. Because like if I kick some water this way, I want it to like yeet out of this weird water stream. So my solution, or at least my proposed solution, is to like lerp them towards one another. So the flow is now... okay, that's inverted. What the fuck am I doing? What's that? That's doing the new velocity. That should be the not fucking dude one. Or something. Yeah, so now... now the flow is doing the velocity, but now it's kind of like a feedback. It's feeding back, essentially. Because how do you calculate the maximum height of the wave so you can spawn foam? I do... let me just grab the function. Let's pump this up a little. So for each, like, wavelength, I guess you could call it. So each wavelength, where's single Gersty? There we are. Crest mask. Okay, so the cosine that usually does like the up and down shit, I just get it. So before it's been multiplied by the height, so like the normalized wave uppity downity, I output that into a separate output and then sum them all together, which means that the ups and the downs all they interfere with one another. But what you end up with is just the height of where all the waves overlap, and where some of them are just there to begin with. The other thing that I do is like this trailing mask. Is a mask from the peak of, from one peak and then lerps down to 0 and then straight back up to 1 at the next peak using frac. And that's how we get the kind of foam behind the peaks, although it's a little bit sad looking. Trail mask. That's max. Wind intensity. Let me... Let's see, divided by 50. What happens if I... Oh, this is going to fucking compile like a bitch, but whatever. Yeah. So yeah, and then just sum all of them together, essentially. So we get this kind of trail behind each peak. Oh, bam. Where's the point not linear? How'd you achieve this? Go around behavior and normalize object position. Multiplying all the colors before multiplying with the height and summing them together. I'm adding all of the cos together for each wave. How are you still live? It's only been like 7 hours, hasn't it? Six hours, 51 minutes, 39 seconds. Pog. Yeah, sorry, the thing... The direction. I input I have mine set up, Jed, so that I have a wave gradient, which is separate to the wave direction. So the gradient is essentially like a distance field, right? Like distance from a point. And that's what's actually used. Because like in let's say like Ben Cloward's Gerstner wave function, the gradient is calculated just using world position dot producted with the direction, which ends up just giving, you know, a gradient along a line, you know, from negative infinity to positive infinity. But I've done mine manually. So I manually specify, well, literally just the length from world origin. And then the direction is world origin normalized, but has the bonus of being able to do the shoreline manually using the RVT. Because the shoreline is... Can I do shore? Oh, fuck. the shoreline has it's a 0 to 1 gradient, but I know the distance of it, so I can get that 0 to 1 gradient and multiply it by the distance that I know it is, and then the waves will just work as though, you know, normal waves and shit. Although I think I accidentally made this bigger. I think it's supposed to be like 24 or some shit. I don't fucking know. That doesn't look right. Looks quite angry. Maybe it's supposed to be 50? I don't know. So yeah, back to our issue. Yeah, what am I fucking doing? How do I make this not totally fucked up? Do I believe in God? Now that's a great question. No, I don't. Not that I have anything against religion. In most cases. YouTube chat asking important questions? Exactly. Spline runs the RVT, but just the linear gradient, you turn into direction. So use vertex numbers as a spline to drive direction. Oh, actually, what I do, Jed, because you actually need a you know, an XY direction, to do like the back and forth of the, to do this. The back and forth of the waves. So I actually do supply a direction. I can't remember. I do it in the roughness and specular channels. I tried doing it in the normals, but the normals kind of enforce a circular fall off. So I think I ended up using specular and roughness to encode the direction. And I think I turn that... I think the length of... Yeah, because if I normalize it, it gives the direction, like, flat amount. But then if I get the length of it, that returns the thingo. So yeah, it is actually in two thingos. There's another with banding effects. The banding is from compression. From RVT compression. Or just texture compression. Ah, right, okay. Giant bands. Yeah. Yeah, it could just be a 5.3 thing. Alright, let's see what the fuck is happening. Okay, so if these were just feeding into each other regularly, then yeah, it will do this. It will ride up the wall. But it's a bit fucking cursed. Why is it so much more cursed than before? Reciprocal of 1 is 1. Maybe if I just do this after the advection. I mean, that shouldn't really change anything, no. Yeah, I need to do, I need to get on 5.6 at some point. Alright, what the fuck have I done wrong here? Why is it, like, super schizo now? Pardon me. So this is saying at water column height. This thingoed at water column height. Anything. Do this. So only do the velocity at that point. Why is it getting so, like, fucked up? Yeah, I don't know. That is not ideal. The velocity is getting too freaky. So we get this guy, the water height flow, multiplied by some value, lerp towards it. So this is lerping at the speed of delta time per second. Let's just do this real quick. And then fuck that. You can fuck off. Sorry, chicken. So this is water velocity into the lerp. Tiny little baby value. So water velocity, lerp towards water height flow. Then water height flow here. That's going into the 0. Lerp towards water velocity do some shit. Multiply it by 1. That goes into the B, and then use, yes, some factor of the cross-lerp here. And so, yeah, doing that, well, yeah, see, it just feeds back. But why is it feeding back? Because the flow does flow stuff, which then adds velocity, which then the velocity adds to the fucking dude. So what we want to do is mask it by the water height. So if we get the water column height at 10 units, we want the velocity to feed in to the water height flow only where the water... I have to do that and then... Oh, fuck. Frack that. Only at the edges of the water. So where the water is deep, the velocity wouldn't be feeding back. Well, and then the inverse should be true for the... Let me just see. This is water. It just reaches like a critical point where it just says fuck. It just says fugma. It says fugma and then it says sizugma. Maybe I could clamp the values. So limit the length of them, like that they're lerping towards. So where the column height is large, that's where velocity should lerp towards flow. And then where it is shallow, that's where that should lerp towards that. Why is it fucking exploding? Fuck. Fuck. Fucku. What if I... Yeah, no, If I just said, like, half of this, and then that could just fuck off. Just, like, fucking halve both of them. So that, like, half of the... Yeah, if like, half of the flow is the target of the velocity, and half of the velocity is the target of the flow, then it should not feed back as fucked up, right? Still fucked up. If I only did it like one way, for example, so just like, you know, flow doing velocity shit, right? Then it's just like totally normal. Obviously there's no animation and whatever. And then we can use velocity to affect fuck you. We can use velocity to affect the flow. Bitch, what the fuck? Water flow lerping towards velocity. Velocity here. Doing all the shit lerping towards it. Right. Is that just the wrong fucking... Maybe that's what was wrong in the... No, it's still no good. You know what? Just like fucking... Just that. Just fucking fuck you. Fuck. Right. So now the flow lerps towards the velocity. So the velocity can affect the flow. Like this. Looks dumb, but fucking whatever. Like that. But obviously I want it to be two-way. I want this to affect the thing, and then the thing to affect the stuff. You know? What if... This will likely just make it go to like actual nothing burger. Because it's lerping it towards essentially 0. Some factor of delta time. Which, yeah, it's just not fast enough. Maybe it is just a matter of, like, having the target be really low. So maybe not delta time low, but 1/10 low and some scale value. What is that, like, sound? It hurts my fucking ears. But yeah, no, see, now it's feeding back. So maybe it's not about the factor. Maybe it is just, it needs to have a clamped value. Because yeah, if the water just trickles for too long, the velocity will just fucking build up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Like this, until it kind of just gets real fucked up. So I think I'll do I'll try a clamp. Is there just a clamp length? Oh, fuck you. Alright. Let's just do this with balance. Let's get length. This is a 2D vector. Fuck. Let's get length. And then normalize. And then clamp the length. Or something. And then multiply it by the normalized guy. How the fuck do you do a safe normalize? Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I just can't be fucked. Let's fuck this shit right off. Get out of here. Get out of here, you dumb dog. So our lerp target. Okay, so our velocity is going to lerp towards the flow, but only to a velocity of 100 or some shit. Maybe. And then same shit. What do I have to do to make this unfuck itself? Is it the normalize that needs like a really tiny little value after it? Oh my god, fuck off. The unfuck node. Yeah, true. Alright, and then this can go down here. That can just be whatever. This goes into there. Oh, fuck off. I don't know, fuck it. Let's just try this. Do your shit. Oh, what the fuck is happening, brother? Right, you're fine. Why are you getting all fucked up? Oh, it's the velocity. Velocity. Alright, it's probably because of this. Oh, no, I need to do this before the normalize, don't I? To safe normalize. Alright, well, it's a lot more stable this way. So the flow is just doing flow shit. The velocity can be a bit towards velocity. Velocity. Which is, yeah, what we'd want this. So if that was higher, negative 100 to positive 100. Fix code node. That's the one I've been looking Okay, so that is now, yeah, that's now affecting the shit, but it's obviously, this isn't affecting the other thing. So we are getting some velocity. Can probably put you back in. So this is just a matter of clamping it at a less fucked up value. 500. And then yeah, that will. Okay, it's less fucked. Like, yeah, it still has some two-way goodness. But yeah, we are getting, like, vortices and stuff with the flow. And we're getting, like, crashy shit. So that is promising. Could I even accelerate it more? And yeah, that will then ride up the wall and then come back down. And then I guess if I stopped the feedback at like thingoy thingers. Oh, maybe it's the Maybe I don't want to use the current flow amount to feed back into it. Maybe I should be caching the, this guy. Well, not, fuck you. This guy, which is the amount applied this frame. Instead of yeah, because then, so that's like the actual action taken by, you know, this cell is like, oh yeah, I need to flow in this direction, and then it's adding that to, well, you know, the water flow. But then if I do this feedback idea so that we get, you know, we get the best of both worlds, then, like, yeah, over this flat surface, we get weird feedback. Because it's like, okay, yeah, like, we've got this velocity down here. Now we're on flat ground, but the flow is going this way because the velocity is going this way, but then the velocity is going this way because the flow is going this way. And so we get, like, some fucking weird-ass shit happening. So I guess, yeah, if I took the action, this frame, that it wants to add, and used that, I guess just added that to the velocity, maybe? Yeah, because that way this part here, it would still get affected by the velocity. The flow would get affected by the velocity, but on flat surfaces, we wouldn't be getting that additional velocity, like, feedback, because this would be adding no extra flow in this location. So, yeah, if we just grab probably this, and instead of adding to the water height flow, we'll grab this. What else was that doing? That was decelerating. So, yeah, no, let's just fucking grab this motherfucker. And just be like, water flow this frame, or this update. So instead of doing, so water, for vector, water flow this update. I wouldn't even want to, I'd literally just want to add this to, so this is velocity to flow here. Well, then in that case, I can probably add it in both directions, right? Instead of lerping it. Because lerping implies that where there is none of it, we're gonna damp it. So if we just said water flow this update. Oh, well, I need to do the fucking converter. This guy here. So this is flow to velocity. Flow this update to velocity. Water velocity, bam. Well, some factor of it, like go. I think it's already delta timed it. So we just do that into water velocity and then into water. You know, I'm like 90% sure this will work. Fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. Fuck that. So this is velocity to flow. Which is always the case, you know. So water, height flow, plus this guy. That should be delta timed it. And some factor. Add that, and now that is the new water height flow. Let's see if this goes. Also, we don't need to worry about this anymore. That can fuck off. That can fuck off. I'm pretty sure that is already... Wait, flow... Drive water flow surface. That's already scaled there, yeah. Right, let's see if this is like a complete fuckfest. It's kind of fucked up. Where is the interchange? Alright, so we've got... we have flow this update. So the added flow this update. Plus velocity equals new velocity. We'd probably want to mask that by the actual height. Probably the whole thing masked by the height. Well, you know what? Let's do this. Oh yeah, I love water. Right, yeah. I'm just dumb. No, I was doing... That was multiplied by gravity. And then multiplied by 8. So yeah, this shouldn't feed back anymore. As much, I guess. But yeah, so we still get the velocity feeding into the water height. Maybe a bit more. Yeah, times 10. Fuck yeah. Velocity feeds into flow. Yeah, that can ride up the walls and shit, whatever. Doing that. So we shouldn't really be getting any feedback now. Other than maybe we... Well, because the flow here shouldn't be changing at all. Well, yeah, this is like 100 times more stable. Because we're not creating a feedback loop. Explicitly. We still get the kind of weird velocity carryover. Which I guess is just a byproduct of velocity advecting, right? Like, that's just kind of what velocity does. So it's not like it's gaining any extra momentum here. It's just that there is velocity and it will travel. That could maybe be... kind of weird. How can I do it so that the... As velocity enters a large body, it should dissipate. You know. I don't know. I can't be fucked. Yeah, technically, not feeding back. It's not ideal, but it's better than fuck control. And yeah, that's just to do with the change in height. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, this it'll obviously need some work, but it is technically working. So we have mass conserving fuckery. So we have volume conservation and cool swirly dirlies. Swirly dudes. And yeah, we have inertial water and shit. Which is like, you know, it's fucking whatever. And yeah, we can fill this bad boy up. In theory. If the velocity wasn't so fucking crazy. Can't wait to pay for it. Hell yeah, Dylan. I mean, if you've already got Prismatiscape, then you've already paid for it. This is the only thing I need to solve, is the velocity. We don't track the downward velocity. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Same product be available in other body types existing in the plugin. Yeah. So this is oh god, that's cursed as fuck. Oh no, it's just an optical illusion. So this is for rivers specifically-ish. Well, the reason that I went to a volume-preserving fluid sim method is for the rivers. So that, you know, rivers can, like, do this and overflow and then do that kind of shit. You know, lots of detail and whatever. But it will also work for... This is how, like, the shore waves will be done. So if I just... fuck, how can I do this? It's going to look really cursed, but maybe it will. Let's just, like, yeet some of this shit out. Let me sort of see what happens here. So yeah, pretty much all the fluids will use this sim. So like, and it'll just be the one simulation. It's not like a separate river versus ocean versus rain runoff simulation. It's all just this one weird trick. So what I wanted to do, well, currently at... So this is a flat surface and we are pumping out like, I don't know, 100 water per thing. or like our character is always 100 units deep. It's funny there. So what we could do is, instead of using our character to create some shite, we could use a periodic sine. Maybe instead of maxing it, we could add it. And I will just max it. Fuck it. Waves of 2 meters high. Using sine. This guy into there. Also multiplied by the x-axis. So this will just like pop up some water here every so often. And so the idea is that the waves, like the ocean waves, can I just like make that a bit less fucked up? The ocean waves will be driven by the Gerstner waves at the edge of the simulation, which will then... Can I just put that up to like 1,000 or some shit? Oh yeah, it's kind of done it. Let me just... Go a bit more. 10 meter waves. Need to make sure it actually like gets in there. Yeah, so the Gerstner waves will kind of drive... I mean, this is very scuffed, but Gerstner waves will drive the edges, and then the simulation will do the inside, kind of. I could even try doing, like... I could kind of ease the water simulation into the shape of the Gerstner waves by, like, just lerping towards the Gerstner wave height. But the benefit is that, yeah, it will, like, ride up the shore and whatnot, and then run off. Obviously, it looks dumb as fuck right now, but, you know, if you were, like, if you were at sea, you know, you would actually see it smash around the rocks and do this, kind of like bunch up here again. So that's the idea, at least. It's very, like, goopy at the moment. I wonder if it's just goopy because it seems like it because the velocity is, you know, in the fuck zone. Yeah, like this, kinda. I guess the other thing is that in the actual render targets, the velocity and the flow will be added together. Where the fuck are you? Oh my god, my fucking mouse. I'm getting so sick of this mouse. It's just being so fucking... Oh my god, fuck off. Oh my god. Right, the flow is a bit too fucking crazy. The flow needs to calm down. What the fuck was the velocity? Wait, why is that in there? That should be the water foam. Water foam into... Oh, that's this guy. Get in there, you piece of shit. You're gonna have to... I was imagining... there will be ice things. Yeah, ice-related stuffs. Why is it getting all shitty at the edges? Also, the frame rate will be struggling. Oh no, I guess because of the collision. No, we're still at 60. Push away like I freeze the ice while the rest keeps moving. It would be possible. Yeah. Do I want to do it? Yeah. It might just be easier to like make a mesh, and then that mesh draws to the height map, and so the water will go around it and whatnot. So it'll kind of like fake it. I guess the flow is limited by the cell size and the frame rate, right? The flow can't actually go further than the other shit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, it's an experiment, and it's not terrible, I guess. Question mark? Right, that's because no viscosity, right? Is it because of no viscosity? Well, yeah, I guess because that all needs to be unflowed. But yeah, we're definitely limited by the thingo, but yeah. I probably need to calculate flow divergence to do foam and shit. Although, like, technically, if the flow is drawing to the velocity enough, then the velocity will handle that shit anyway. Because, like, this should, yeah, like, hit it. Well, no, because the flow, I mean, it does draw to the velocity slightly, but yeah, like, this is too much and shit. But yeah, I don't know. Look, it's something. It does be doing a thing. It ain't nothing but a thing. So yeah, this might be how we expect it to behave on like a shoreline or some shit. I should probably inherit sideways velocity though. Yeah, but this here, this like sideways flow is emergent, I guess, because it's like, or is it a velocity feedback that's causing that? I don't know. If I said Fugma, that's only doing 1 though, so that isn't really doing much. If that was higher, then the velocity would be really like smashing it up over here. Like that. Which is a bit scary. Do I need to maybe get the change in velocity and add that to the flow? No. Wrong. Don't be ridiculous. One other idea I had was to like do a couple of iterations on the flow shit. Oh, did I just yeet the character over there? Fuck. Well, whatever. Is that the cat or is your microphone? I don't know. I've been hearing a lot of like electrical noise. Yeah, the cats haven't been making much noise at all. She has a lightning rod. No. Unfortunately not. Yeah, I might just check all my USB cables and shit. Alright, well, I reckon I'll put a pin in this for tonight. I think I will... I think I'll think about it a little bit. And hopefully... I'll see if AK or anyone in Fluid Ninja Discord has any ideas. But yeah, I think this is the best way, doing a hybrid approach where there's the volume preserving flow, which is influenced by the velocity. And then the velocity can... The other thing I can do, right, is just choose the higher, like for the render target, choose the higher value between the water flow and the water velocity, and only feed the velocity into the flow, but not the flow into the velocity. And then I can also use the water flow to advect the water velocity, rather than actually, like, create water velocity. And same with the foam. I can use the water flow to advect the foam. That way, there's no kind of, like, fucking around and whatever. Yeah, I might try that tomorrow. So I kind of keep them entirely separate, but yeah, move the foam around based on the higher value between the velocity and the flow. Or even just a combination of them. Yeah. Yeah. Because the main... Well, no, because then the fucking... Then if the water flows down a hill, it isn't gonna... It's not gonna create velocity to then yeet it up the other side of the hill. Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. It's 2:50. Wow, it's so late. I've streamed for 8 hours. Streamed for 8 hours, and I'm going bald. I need to hide my receding hairline. Like, hold on. How's that? Hey, you wanna come over and listen to my cam after school? Oh, fuck. I've got so much math homework. God, I fucking hate math homework. What's the fucking point? I'm not gonna need this shit when I'm designing video games in the future. Fast forward to the future, it's all fucking math. It's all math. Should I listen to Limp Bizkit? Yeah. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. I feel like once I can get the water stable and reactive, then I'll be a happy chahappy. A hampy champy. Alright, well, we are gonna raid. We're gonna raid Boom, who is working on some Blender modeling and also Unreal Engine live mocap V-tubing. So everyone enjoy that. I will also be there. New video hashtag soon. Yeah, Grid 2D video next. But yeah, everyone have a good one. Goodbye. And to all the YouTubes, thank you all for watching, and with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.